All righty, right. Guys, it's Sunday, July 27th, 2025. It's the 208th day of the year. It's currently 5 Central, 6:08 Eastern at 22:08 Zulu. If you're just now tuning in, we're starting our live coverage today because we've got a big-time severe weather situation possible. We do have a enhanced risk of severe weather today out here in Minnesota. It just about makes it over there to Minneapolis. This is driven by the potential for damaging winds. And there's actually a decent tornado threat today as well, okay? The weather intensity score is projected to go over 100 within the next 15 minutes because we've got some big storms popping up in this region, and that's why we are going to go live, okay? Our threshold's actually 108, but we're currently sitting at 60. So it's looking like things are about to get plumb wild out here, but it's not just the upper Midwest or the plains up here that we're watching. We've also got some pretty intense storms happening right now in the mid-Atlantic down towards the southeast, and we're going to be tracking those as well as those warnings come in and stuff. But man, we've got our storm chasers out there. This is Corey Gherkin's point of view. He's out there in Minnesota right now. Brandon Kopic is out there as well, and so is Storm Runner Media. And we're going to be keeping up with these guys all day long as the storms continue to get more and more intense. Here's a look at the radar currently for that storm in Minnesota. This is what it's looking like. We've got Polk, Stevens, and Swift counties in Minnesota, under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25-inch hail. Okay, so it's pretty significant storm there, getting ready to go through Benson. It's about to go into Benson, Minnesota. Hancock, they're getting plumb smacked right now. Wilmar, Paynesville, you guys are all in the path. But notice how Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic's on Interstate 29 way out over here, away from that big storm. And he's actually close to these storms that you can see somewhat well from the radar over here near Minneapolis. But if we actually switch to the radar that's closer to where Brandon is, which is going to be over there in Aberdeen, South Dakota, the storms look like little pipsqueaks. They don't look like much at all, okay? So that's the reason that's happening is because these are brand new storms. They're just now becoming visible. They're not quite fully, enveloping the whole part of the atmosphere where, we're going to be scanning with the radar. But they're going to be soon. This thing is blowing up very, very quickly. And these are the storms that actually are going to have the best tornado potential in the short term. Okay, so Brandon Kopic's on that for us. We're going to be able to watch his stream and see if these things produce any tornadoes. And I'm not kidding. It looks like it might try. It looks like some of these storms might actually try to produce tornadoes today. So buckle up if you live out here, or if you are watching from abroad. If you're not from Minnesota, buckle up. I do think we're going to see a tornado or two today. So get ready for that. Now, let's really quickly check in on our friends in some of these really populated areas that are getting hit by storms right now. Do we have anybody watching out here in Virginia, Richmond? I know you guys just got hit pretty hard by a squall line. There's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's about to expire up there. We got some damage reports in. Let's see here. Part of I-295 is blocked due to a tree down in Henrico near mile marker 42. So stuff is definitely happening out here. And things are looking intense as the storms go down towards Hopewell. So we've got about 200,000 people in the path of 60-mile-per-hour winds right now between the great town of Disputanta and Claremont and Williamsburg and all these great places. So we're going to be keeping an eye on y'all as well as these storms move through. We got another severe thunderstorm warning for Amelia, Cumberland, and Goochland counties. Amelia Courthouse is in the path here. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in here within the next 32 minutes. So y'all get ready for that. Here's an up-close and personal look at the storm that Brandon Kopic is chasing down. Storm chaser Brandon Kopic himself has chosen the right area to be in, I think. I'm glad that we've got Corey out in front of the squall line or the mesoscale convective system, because that's the shelf cloud associated with that is plumb wild. But this storm right here and the storms that are popping up around it in South Dakota are going to be the ones that are most likely to produce tornadoes in the short term, I think. Storm Runner Media is on that same storm. Yeah, he is. So yeah, that's what's going on right now, y'all. We are live as we await these storms to get a little bit stronger. I wanted to go live early so that we could talk about some of this Virginia stuff. We got 1.2 million people under a severe thunderstorm warning now in Virginia. This is Isle of Wight, Surrey, and York counties. This includes Newport News, Hampton, and Norfolk. Doesn't quite make it down there to Virginia Beach, but let me pull a couple of these cameras up. Let's fill up our whole screen here. Let's boom. Wait. Let's bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada. I'm going to try to get as many of these as possible. Yeah, this is what it looks like out there in areas just north and west of Hampton. I wonder if we can see the shelf cloud anywhere. Nah, not really. But this is what, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, this is what's coming towards you out there in Hampton. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be lasting here for the next hour. Once again, 1.2 million people are in the path. Newport News, all the way down there towards just about to Virginia Beach, is about to get hit by this very dangerous storm. Here's another good vantage point here of what that looks like as the storms come through. Yeah, lots of cameras to choose from, but most of them just not pointing at the right stuff, man. The ground, the ditch, what have you. But yeah, that's what's going on out there. Now back to South Dakota, where we've got Storm Owner Media and Brandon Kopic out there. We are continuing to watch these storms that are trying their best to produce tornadoes. So once again, I do think we're going to see tornadoes tonight. I do think we're going to see some tornadoes tonight. Not over here in, what do you call it, Virginia. We're going to continue to see storms down here, but we are going to see them likely in South Dakota and Minnesota. Once again, let me show you what we're talking about over here with our outlook. We got a slight risk that goes from Canada all the way back to South Dakota. The enhanced risk, the reason that we're live is mostly driven by wind, but we do have that tornado threat as well, 5%. If there was such a thing as a 5% hatched risk, today would be the day that it would be necessary to use that. I think that we have a very good chance of seeing maybe some strong tornadoes, but it's very conditional. You know, the slightest thing is going to make or break this situation for us. So that's what we're going to look at. You know what? Let's actually look at the conditions, right? Since it's conditional, let's look at the conditions. So I'm going to pull up the mesoscale analysis from the Storm Prediction Center. And I'm trying my best to pull this stuff graphically onto my map so we don't have to go to this podunk site. And I am going to call it a podunk site. The Storm Prediction Center needs to update this. But it's a pain to try to pull this data in and plot it yourself. But anyways, what are we looking for? Let's see here. Hold on. Well, I'll put you back on the on this while we figure it out. I'm going to turn up Kopic's overlay or his audio just to see if they're saying anything. Viewer discretion is advised. Sometimes he gets really mad at his radio and he'll say some sort of profanity and then throw it. But it only happens like 5% of the time.
There's a lot of rising scud into it. You can't see it well from a distance, but as you get closer, you can see the white little fingers.
Aha, I found what I was looking for. Okay, so this is the violent tornado parameter. This is the violent tornado parameter. Okay, so it's nothing to get too worked up over. A lot of times this thing gets really intense even when it doesn't need to, but it often points towards areas that you should definitely watch if there's storms forming. And where Brandon and Storm Owner Media are is exactly where you've got that maxed out kind of value there in the middle with the violent tornado parameter of over 14. So anything over 10, that's where we've got a lot of really favorable conditions in place to support tornadogenesis. So honestly, it's been a while since we've seen values this high. This is stuff that we don't see very often. So that's why it's kind of interesting to see this pop up over here. If these storms are able to stay somewhat semi-discrete for a while and interact with this environment in just the right way, we probably will see a tornado or three as the storms go on. All right, how we doing, chat? Is everything looking and sounding all right? Everything looking and sounding all right. Y'allbot, what's going on? Y'allbot wants to say hi. Tell us what's going on. What's going on with the weather?
Situation is Minnesota is getting ugly.
Oh.
We've got a new warning with a tornado possible tag, packing 70 miles per hour gusts.
In Minnesota?
The geeks in the Discord are freaking out over the 4,000 plus Cape, so expect more of that.
The geeks?
We're already getting reports of power poles down and roads flooding. The WIS is a spicy 79, but don't blink. It's set to pop. Oh, and a line of storms is bearing down on 1.3 million people in Norfolk. So yeah, it's busy. You got this. Or should I just take over the stream?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, no, I got it. This is that new warning that it somehow knew about before I did. Chippewa and Pope counties out here, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. We got 16,000 people in the path of 70-mile-per-hour winds. And there is a tornado possible tag on this, meaning that the National Weather Service is seeing some rotation in here, okay? And it's not enough to pull the trigger on a tornado warning, but it's just enough to be like, you know what? Tornado's possible in that. And that's what they've done. All right, so this is what's happening right now. Take shelter, get indoors and away from windows if you're in Kirkhoven, New London, Belgrade, and Bruton. Take shelter now. This is what it looks like out there in Newport News as the severe thunderstorm is working into there as well. Technically our highest priority warning right now, or the area that we're watching the closest, is down here around Richmond, because there's just so many millions of people involved here. We do have some 70-mile-per-hour winds that are moving through this area as well. In Richmond, we had a large tree on a house that just happened not too long ago, and the winds that produced that near Mechanicsville are now moving down towards places like Charles City and Claremont. We also had another report up here of a portion of the roads blocked on Route 1032 in good old Goochland. This is moving down towards Mannequin and Midlothian. Okay, so this is what's going on down here. Now, our biggest warning, our warning with the greatest population impact, is down here in Surrey and York counties. This is 1.3 million people. Get ready for a really intense storm as it comes down towards Newport News. Okay? That's what it's called. That is what the town is called. I mean, it is what it's called. All right, let me see if I can find some better cameras. Gosh, dude, Virginia, your cameras, honestly, not the best. Honestly, not the best. We need to call the mayor in Virginia and figure out something here. What is this, a tunnel? Gosh. Okay, I found like maybe two that we can use here as the storm comes in. Oh, that one's okay. That one's okay. That one's not so much. Okay, so what we're doing down here is all the cameras with the blue header, those are in Virginia, and I'm trying to get a shot of the shelf cloud or something as it comes in, so you can see what it's looking like out there. But yeah, pretty significant storm is about to impact the Newport News area, so get ready for that. It is going to be a loud one with the 60-mile-per-hour winds coming into, once again, 1.3 million people. Brandon Kopic is on a nasty-looking storm. Let's listen in.
This little road, it's by itself, and there's a big field opening just a little bit north.
I just went a little north past the trees on this road just before that.
Ivan says, I'm sure VDOT is sorry for pointing traffic cameras at traffic. They better be. They don't know how much harder it makes my job. Now, I mentioned it the other day. I was like, if anybody's watching that either has right now or will have the job of installing traffic cameras, think of me. Now, I know that, like, the point of the traffic camera is to view traffic, but look at this. What are we doing? We see the traffic, and we see at least a little bit of the sky. I love that. You know, we're serving two purposes now.
Yeah, the western cell looks good visually.
Honestly, sometimes I forget that, like, people are tuning in for the first time and they've never watched before, and, like, their first impression of me is I'm sitting here, like, making fun of their Department of Transportation. I understand. Like, it's a running joke on this channel. We constantly have tornadoes near traffic cameras that are just pointing down towards the ground, and it is sometimes frustrating. Once again, here's that violent tornado parameter maxed out over here. Not maxed out, but like really high in eastern South Dakota. We should go look at that storm again on radar. First of all, let's just fly over to the big warning over here that we have in Minnesota. This is for, how do you say this one? Candiyohi County, Chippewa, and Pope counties out here. We've got places like Benson, Kirkoven, New London, Belgrade, and Bruton in the path of 70-mile-per-hour winds and considerable damage threat as some half-dollar size hail moves in as well. So we're going to continue to watch this as the storm moves to the south and east. And then the stuff over here where Brandon is, this is the real deal, okay? This is what we're concerned about over here as these storms are trying to rotate, and they're in the environment that's most likely to try to produce a tornado at some point. It's still not doing it just yet. Man, look at that outflow boundary. Look at that. That is so cool. We're going to see more and more storms kind of form off of this as time goes on. Now, if that happens in rapid succession, like if we see a lot of storms popping up here and there's just a bunch of mergers, I still think we're going to have a tornado, but the tornado threat might be a little bit more limited. But if for whatever reason we can kind of hold on to one or two of these cells that remain a little bit more, remotely kind of disconnected from the rest of the convection, that'll be one that we'll have to watch really hard as far as the potential for tornadoes go. Also, I'm hearing thunder here at the Weather House. Let's go over to our favorite app, the WeatherWise app, and check in on the radar here in Kentucky. Look at this. We do have storms right now in eastern Kentucky. I got them around me. If you have the WeatherWise, you can actually look at the Kentucky or the Pikeville, Kentucky Weather House weather camera anytime, 24/7. There's 7 of yous watching with me right now. And you can see we got some dark clouds rolling in. Just some isolated garden variety stuff here. Some more intense stuff up here in northern Kentucky. There's a decent storm moving through Charleston, West Virginia right now with a special weather statement. So yeah, we're active in other places too. It's not just Virginia and Minnesota. We've got some storms up here around Dayton, Ohio. They're below severe limits. They're about to move through though. East of Indianapolis, we got a little storm. We've got some decent stuff happening up here north of Evansville, south of Bloomington as well in Indiana. This is, once again, garden variety, but you're definitely hearing some thunder out there. And that's probably going to get close to Louisville. So yeah, we got storms a little bit of here, a little bit of there, a little bit of everywhere. By the way, in WeatherWise now you can click composite and look at the national radar, which is cool. A lot of people were asking for this. This is the MRMS radar, big storm over here in Arkansas as well. If you don't want to look one radar at a time, that's a good way to do it. Very cool. So that's what's going on with the radar right now. Weatherwise.app if you want to download that. Or, breaking news, revolutionary new technology here. Boom. Just scan that QR code and it's automatically going to take you to the App Store. And you can download it from there. I'm going to take it down in 10 seconds. So scan it now. I know most of you are watching on the TV. Because I got to cut over here to Corey Gherkin because he's got some dangly bits I want to look at. But from the cloud, watch this. there's something that looked like a funnel over there. Now, he's not on the part of the storm that is as immediately tornadic, but there was something that was really interesting here not too long ago. Hopefully he points us back to it. I don't think it was a funnel, but it was definitely, you know, it was a scary looking cloud.
Yeah, I think I see what looks like a needle funnel coming out to the southwest, not gonna lie.
Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like there was some scud, there was something dangling from the cloud. Candy Yohai? Okay. By the way, if you got pictures and videos you want to send in today, do that over at community at Ryan or pics at ryanhaulyall.com, PICS at ryanhaulyall.com, or you can do Twitter or X, just at Ryan Haulyall over there. I'm about 80% done with the website that we'll have pretty soon, where you guys can just upload photos there and not have to worry about email and stuff like that. Speaking of websites, camera submissions. So usually whenever we're live, people are asking, they're like, hey, how can I, I've got this live camera. How can I help? I've got this live camera that I do 24/7. How can I give you access to that? And we've never had a way to do that before. But now, if you go to, not that, let me take that down real quick. If you go to y'allcam.app/submit, y'allcam.app/submit. I need to put something on this. I probably need to make a QR code for this too. You can actually submit your camera. Okay, so if you have a camera that streams to YouTube or some sort of server somewhere, and you would like us to use it just in case there's a tornado or something, you can come over here. You can fill this out, and we'll get that on our back end, and we'll approve it, or whatever. And yeah, this is a thing now that you can submit your camera to us if you've got one. If you don't have one, we'll figure that out one day. But if you already have one, if you've already got one set up, we've got an easy way for you to share with us now. All right, let's see here. New severe thunderstorm warning for Amelia, Chesterfield, and Dinwiddie counties out here in Virginia. This is for 286,000 people. Amelia Courthouse, Petersburg, and Winterpock. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds, y'all. Hold on, I'm reading some stuff. Hold on. So yeah, that's the storm in Virginia. This is what that looks like right now as it comes down. Well, this is a different part of it, but it's coming down towards Virginia Beach. Do we have anybody watching in Virginia Beach or anywhere near there? Just Chesapeake, Newport News. This is a decent storm. I'm surprised it doesn't have like a 70-mile-per-hour, warning on it, because it looks similar to some of the other ones that did. But there are less damage reports behind that one, so there's that. Oh, man, we're getting some good thunder out here. Some good thunder. Back to Minnesota. This is one of our strongest storms right now, still causing a ruckus out here in Candy-Ojai County, moving into New London. Yeah, this right here is definitely doing some damage. It's in a pretty remote area, but once it gets over there to Bruton and Belgrade, that's going to be something to watch for sure. Here's a damage report from not too long ago. Multiple large branches down near Starbuck. So that's what's happening out there. Yeah, y'all bite. Go ahead. What's going on with the chat? You tell me.
Hold on to your radar, Ryan. While you've apparently scarred the entire chat for life by talking about a cloud's dangly bits, the people in Virginia's Hampton Roads area are getting absolutely crushed by storms. reporting over 100,000 power outages. Folks in western Wisconsin and the Twin Cities are also getting antsy and would like an update before they have to start building an ark.
Power outages in Virginia. Yeah, there's actually quite a few people without power, specifically in Hanover County, Henrico County, and Kent County. So that line of storms that went through Richmond is packing a punch. Big time punch being packed there. And that's continuing to move down to the south. Once again, that's what it looks like in Newport News, Virginia right now. Let's see here. What button do I push next? Oh, let's go back to Brandon real quick. Yeah, this storm it's looking good. It's looking better every second. Oh, there's a new wind report coming in. Go ahead, Y'allbot. You read that one.
Hey, Ryan, got one for you. A thunderstorm wind gust was just clocked at 63 miles per hour out in Pope County, Minnesota. This was about 14 minutes ago, a bit south of Starbuck, picked up by one of the Mesonet stations there.
All right, so speaking of the storm reports, these are the most significant ones that we've gotten so far. Out here in Mechanicsville, Virginia, about an hour ago, a large tree fell on a house. Okay, so most of these reports are coming from that area. This one's from Atlee, Virginia. Parts of I-295 are blocked. Now, this was about, a little bit over an hour ago, so keep that in mind. But there was a tree down on the roadway. And then over here in Flat Rock, Illinois, we've also got some interesting stuff here going on with emergency management reporting that there were parts of the road closed due to standing water covering the entire road. Can I send a photo? Yeah, you can send a photo. Pics at ryanhallyall.com. Pics at ryanhallyall.com. Yeah, there are some storms coming to Charleston, West Virginia pretty soon here. They're below severe limits right now, though. Below severe limits currently. Y'allbot, tell us what's going on real quick. I got a couple more things to do.
You've got two main acts on stage right now. Act 1 is in Virginia, where a line of storms is giving the whole Norfolk Metro a hard time. That's over 1 million people. Act 2, the headliner, is in Minnesota. We're talking considerable damage to net. 70 miles per hour winds, possible tornado. The stuff people are actually here for. Our WIS is a kinda spicy 70, but it's about to take a quick breather as an old warning dies. Don't blink, though. The main event in that enhanced risk is just getting started. Your move.
All right, let's see what's going on with Brandon Kopic here.
one. This right edge is really blocky. Nicely formed, but I can't. It looks a little scuddy.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a scuddy wall cloud at this point. I'd safely call it that.
These things should turn southeast at some point, shouldn't they?
And move more due easterly, I think.
That's got a little bit of a point on the edge there.
Oh, yeah, beautiful look on this thing from looking from the east.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lowering on the northern side of that wall cloud. I'm kind of tempted to go get closer to it.
My vantage point, the whole thing looks about equally as low. It all looks good.
This still looks good to me. I would say prime tornado time. If we're going to have tornadoes coming out of these things, we're probably still an hour or so out.
I know it's not warned yet.
I don't know what like the official thing is, but it's not moving very quick.
All right, chat, let's hear it from you guys. You want to get closer, or should we kind of wait and let it come to us? What do you guys want to hear? What do you guys want? Do we wait for it, or do we get aggressive with it?
All right, we got a new warning real quick I want to talk about here. And then we'll go back to looking at that storm. Charles City, Gloucester, and James City counties in, Gloucester County in Virginia, now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got several people in the path of this one. 122,000 people in the path. Take shelter immediately. And this is not that storm. This is a storm back up towards South Dakota that we're continuing to watch. The main event today is going to be happening back up here in Minnesota, back into portions of South Dakota. This is going to be an interesting thing that we've got going on over here between Henry and Watertown. That's where the rotation's really starting to pick up, where Brandon is right now. And that's why we've got such an interesting presentation on the base of that storm. If we're going to have a tornado in the near future, it's probably going to happen with this storm, and it's going to happen right in front of Brandon here. So we're going to continue to follow him as the storm moves through. How you guys doing, chat? Gloucester? Okay, I got it. Yeah, we're just getting started. I started early, just talk about the stuff in Virginia. It will probably be here for a while, though, to be honest with you. We will probably be here for a while. This stuff is going to last well into the night. Will there be? Yeah, this will make it over there to Minneapolis. It'll be a while, but it'll make it over there for sure. Oh, yeah, it's coming together nicely. Look at that. Yeah, there's a chance that we go live again tomorrow, too. If we get another upgrade from the Storm Prediction Center, it's definitely something that we really can't rule it out. $12-hour stream. I mean, anything's possible. I don't know if it'll be that long, but we are definitely going to be here until the storms make it to Minneapolis, more than likely. Yeah, this thing's coming together pretty nicely here. Here's an interesting photo from West Virginia. This is from Mara in Summerco, West Virginia. This is another one of those situations where we've got what I was referring to as a dangly bit. You might call this scud coming out of the cloud here. That's not a tornado. A lot of people will see this and think, "Oh my gosh, tornado!" And honestly, kind of looks like one. But what we're really seeing here is a shelf cloud. Lots of warm, moist air, kind of rising over the cool air that's escaping from underneath the storm. And sometimes you just get these areas of condensation that kind of hang down to the ground kind of creepily, and they resemble tornadoes from certain vantage points. Now, this right here is more what a tornado might look like before you actually get a tornado. So Brandon's feed here is quite special right now, as he's pretty close to this, and it literally is about to produce a tornado. If the storm can stay in this environment and just keep cranking like it's been doing, and nothing comes in here and kind of interacts with it or interferes with it, it's going to be a tornado producer more than likely. Here's another look at Collinsville, Virginia, around 4 p.m. Another ominous cloud there. Steffi has got some cool-looking clouds up there in St. Joseph, Minnesota. Once again, if you guys want to send stuff in, do that over at pics at ryanhallyall.com. Pics at ryanhallyall.com. Oh, here's some mammatus clouds. Nice. This is out there in Starbuck, Minnesota. This is from Jared B. Thank you so much for sending that in. All right, new warning. New warning just came in. This is for Candy, Ojai, Meeker, and Renville counties in Minnesota. We've got a good 58,000 people in the path of this one. This one's going to be pretty intense when it comes through, okay? So get ready for this. In Wilmar and Litchfield, we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds. We are talking about a tornado being possible, 1-inch hail, considerable damage threat here. Considerable damage threat here. And we've actually got some stuff in the path. Let's talk about that. Centricare Rice Memorial Hospital, Litchfield Senior High, the Big Candy Ojai Lake Park Campground. My goodness. And then also we've got the Park Village Mobile Home Park and the Bill Taunton Stadium. Bill Taunton Stadium is in the path of this. So if you are in the path, make sure you are getting indoors and you're staying away from windows. This is one of those things where you're going to have 70-mile-per-hour winds, tons of lightning, and it is producing damage. We just got this damage report in. Grain bins buckled near Sunberg. You kidding me? Grain bins buckled near Sunberg. That's what's happening here with these intense winds coming into Norway Lake right now. If we inspect the velocities, the strongest winds right now are likely bearing down on New London. New London, Green Lake, Spicer, Candy, Ojai, Wilmar. You guys are all about to get hit by a wall of wind that is capable of buckling grain bins. Thank you. Thank you so much. We got food, y'all. We got food. Thank you. Love you. All right. Storm Runner's got a great view of the base of our storm over here. This one is the one that's over there in South Dakota. And the rotation is coming together here. Look at this. It's broad right now, but there you go. Storm Runner Media is a little bit closer to Watertown and Rowville. But he's got this, he's looking at the same storm that Brandon is, essentially. And it's about to get plumb wild. I don't even know what I got. We got some sort of pasta dish, and it looks great. You guys want to see? No? Okay, well, I'm going to show you anyways. Hey, bulls. Hey, bulls. And we got some kombucha. Now, I'm not a big kombucha drinker, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it since she gave it. She sent it. I do like it, but it's going to be it's going to be a stream first. Usually it's just water, liquid IV, or Diet Coke. But today we've got kombucha. Holy smokes! Brandon's view here is, oh wow! All right, let's listen in.
This thing has got incredible motion, guys.
Wow.
Look at this.
Here we go, guys.
Check this out.
This is the storm in South Dakota. This is the one up there. The rotating part of the storm here is near Henry.
Going to move southeast. Lost, you can.
I'm going to flip around, chat, because this thing's getting close, and I want to stick with
The
it.
southern area is rapidly rotating.
Yeah, it's getting crazy.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at down here to the south. This is looking better. Ooh, we may have a funnel, a possible funnel in the middle. Yeah, we are getting close to. We are getting close to tornado. It's organizing in the middle of that. Rising scud in the shape of a bowl. Rapid rotation.
Are you seeing it on the northern circulation or the southern? I'm driving away from it right now.
Southern circulation has an intermittent.
So the storm that we're looking at here has no warning on it whatsoever. It doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning yet. I'm assuming that will happen soon, but we might even need a tornado warning at some point in the near future here. I mean, goodness, yeah, look at this. You don't even have, honestly, you can't really tell that's happening right now just from looking at the radar. This is why it's so valuable to have storm chasers.
Maybe I can't confirm if it's down behind me. It is awful close.
Yeah, that's going to be down quick.
Rapidly rotating cinnamon bun above it. I'm watching for ground surge.
Again, just it's funneling again.
Okay, here's what it looks like a little bit more from a distance, and you can see the funnel that they're talking about. This is from Storm Runner Media's point of view. So if this touches down, it's going to be happening pretty close to the town of Henry, South Dakota, and it'll be moving in the direction of Kampeska, and also Watertown. The town of Watertown needs to be watching this for sure. Yeah, it's coming down.
Here it goes.
So, y'all, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at Tornado Genesis here. Our first tornado of the day is likely about to happen. In fact, meteorologist Andy Hill just put out a yawl watch. If you've got yawl mode on in weather-wise, you just saw that come through. We're talking about low confidence right now in a tornado warning, but I would say that if the National Weather Service is watching this, if they're seeing some of this stuff happening, you know, they might be a little bit more inclined to pull the trigger on that here than just off of the radar presentation, because you can definitely see that we have rotation here, but it looks a lot more broad than what it actually is. There's a very tight, concentrated area of rotation that we're watching here from Brandon's stream, and that's where that tornado is going to try to happen here in the near future.
Yeah, I think the southern attempt may have failed. It looks like that funnel just fell apart. This thing is very, very close to imminent to putting down something strong, though.
Oh, Andy just upgraded to high confidence. High confidence, y'all watch now. That tornado warning is going to come through soon, y'all. I'm going to try to take a couple bites before we get into
this thing is
full
so
tornado
close
mode.
right behind us. Rapid rotation. Rapid rotation.
I'm gonna get down to 10.
We're about to have. I
A
can
new
hear the
tornado
RFD
warning
surge.
has been issued.
And there's the warning. All right, we just had the warning get issued
I
there.
can hear the RFD surge.
For some reason, I didn't get audio on that, but let's inspect the warning now. Okay, so we officially have the tornado warning polygon. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the early heads up there. But the actual tornado warning is out now, and let me load those details really quick. This is going to be for Coddington County, South Dakota, and that's going to be for the next 35 minutes. So this does include a little bit of the western side of Watertown, and it includes all of the town of Kempeska. It does not include Henry, but Henry, y'all should be watching just in case. But man, this thing is honestly, everything's coming together for a big tornado here. So Brandon's right in the right spot, exactly where you'd want to be to see a tornado happen. So let's watch. I mean, it should be coming down here, moments. We're talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if 30 seconds from now we had a tornado on the ground. Look at this.
Circulation. This thing is about to put down a big one, guys. A strong one. Oh, it's down. Ground circulation. Tornado. Tornado in progress.
One second. Let me fix something real quick.
Chat, it's down.
Okay, yeah, here we go. We've got ground contact now.
Tornado in progress. Tornado in progress.
So, guys, this is happening live. This is happening right now. This is what's happening on the ground with a tornado that we have moving into the Kempeska and Watertown, South Dakota area.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be a big one. It already looks big, but nothing's getting in the way of this
That
one.
almost got bad.
Here's another vantage point. Wow. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Coddington County, South Dakota. And that's what we're looking at here with our tornado that we can see on the screen, and then also the polygon that you see above my head. Everybody in the polygon needs to be taking shelter. They're probably going to upgrade this to observed here very soon. But right now, believe it or not, this is a radar-indicated tornado warning. Once again, just a testament to how valuable these storm chasers are. Let's listen in. Let's see if Storm Runner Media say anything. Thankfully, I'm not seeing it hitting anything right now. But it's definitely getting closer to some structures as it moves off to the east. It's not moving very fast. It's moving to the south and east. But we're going to keep an eye on where it's heading next. Some of the... Oh, man. I just had a little bit of a power flicker here at the weather house. Hopefully we don't lose power. That'd be something else, wouldn't it? All right, so some of the things that are in the path of this include, but are not limited to, okay? This thing's going to wobble around a lot, so don't get too caught up in these specific locations. But if you are anywhere in the polygon, you need to be taking shelter. But specifically, if you're near the Watertown Regional Airport or the Prop Stony Point campsite, you got to get to shelter very quickly, okay? This is a dangerous storm. We got about 4,500 people in the path. This is definitely the kind of tornado that's going to do significant damage.
Has been issued.
If it keeps going, and man, it's going to keep going, ain't it? Wow. All right, we just got another tornado warning really quickly. I know, actually, I'm going to keep this up. We just got upgraded to a PDS tornado warning on this one. Okay, so here we go. We've got a PDS tornado warning for Cottington County, South Dakota. Everybody in Kampesca and Watertown needs to be running to shelter. Run, don't walk. Okay. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. We've got a tornado on the ground here. It is currently crossing over the space between, it's crossing over Highway 23 right now. The road that Brandon Kopic's on right here, this is Highway 23. It's then going to go over towards 170th Street, sorry. Then it's going to go down towards Kampesca, or Kempeska, however you say it. Specifically between North Shore and Kempeska, north of Goose Lake, north of Pelican Lake. And if you know where Pelican Lake is, if this makes it all the way over there to Watertown, that's where it's going to enter from. Daggone, son. Whew, my goodness. How many incredible views like this has Brandon had this year? This is crazy. Thankfully, right now, it's kind of hitting a bunch of nothing. Let's hope that continues. But unfortunately, this is getting a little bit too close for comfort for me. This is getting very close to a pretty populated area in South Dakota. Man, this thing is ripping up something right now. What was that? What the heck was that? All right, let me get some mesoscale information here. And remember, we looked at that.
Big time debris, chat.
We looked at that, violent tornado parameter earlier, and it was maxed out, right? A lot of times, whenever we have those kind of values, they don't get actualized because there's no storms taking advantage of it. That's not going to be the case today. This thing's going to rip for a while. And that's really unfortunate for the people out here in the path. I'm really hoping that we're doing a good job of getting in front of people. Once again, if you know anybody that lives out here, let them know that this is an emergency. This is a big deal. We've got a tornado, a killer tornado, potentially heading down towards a pretty populated area between Kampesca and Watertown in South Dakota. And this is the first of probably a couple of tornadoes that we're going to have tonight. Now, really quickly, we've got another tornado warning that was just issued not too long ago, and this one looks pretty serious too. I'm going to keep Brandon above my head. We're going to come right back to him, okay? But over here in Candy, Ojai, and Meeker counties in Minnesota, we also have a tornado warning. This is going to go for 30 more minutes, okay? And this is for Mananaha, and Litchfield, okay? So make sure you are taking shelter out there if you haven't already. This is going to be a dangerous storm for you. So this is east. This is in Minnesota. Candy, Ojai, and Meeker counties in Minnesota. We've got a powerful area of wind and a potential tornado coming in soon. You got to take shelter for this now. And then, of course, we have our PDS tornado warning, our particularly dangerous situation, which is what we're watching from Brandon Kopic's point of view here. Once again, the Watertown Regional Airport directly in the path. The Prop Stony Point campsite is directly in the path as well. If you're at a campsite, if you're near Goose Lake or Pelican Lake, you're in a very dangerous spot right now. You got to take shelter immediately.
Storm Chief from Brandon Kopic, we got a strong tornado coming right at us. Strong one, right behind us.
With the fuck out of there, Brandon.
Who is that? Somebody's real close up there. I think they think that's Brandon, but that's not Brandon. Somebody's parked right next to the daggone thing. You see that? That's not smart. This thing's going to get bigger, and it's going to get bigger fast. Here's another vantage point from a little bit more of a distance. My goodness. Holy smokes.
This guy's going to freaking die.
Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a tornado that's forming right now, and it's getting violent as it gets closer to the Watertown, South Dakota area. This is going to continue to be a big tornado as it moves off to the east, southeast. Currently, it's crossing over Highway 23, and it's moving over towards North Shore. North Shore is another place that needs to be taking shelter, and everywhere in between. So some of the places that are potentially going to get hit here are including the Copland waterfowl production area.
Michael, you should not be.
That
Oh my
is in the
God.
path here, the waterfowl production area. And then the Stormseth Dirt Works,
PDS
Watertown
later,
Trap,
okay.
and the Daigle Steel construction area is also in the path.
Oh, building just
Okay, yeah,
exploded.
something just got hit there. That could have been
Watch out for the
that could have been a
debris.
bunch of different things. There's actually it's not a very populated area that we're looking at here, but there's scattered ranches and farms and stuff all over the place. It's going to be hard for this to miss. This is not going to be one of those tornadoes that just doesn't hit anything. It's going to hit some stuff periodically here while it's out here in these fields. But the closer it gets to Kempeska and North Shore, the more stuff that it's going to have available to it, I guess, to hit.
Come on, Connor. It's coming this
Holy
way.
smokes, y'all. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is live. This is happening right now in South Dakota, in Cottington County, South Dakota. We've got a PDS tornado warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation. We've got a deadly tornado working pretty much paralleling Highway 8, it's moving to the east on Highway 8 towards North Shore. The town of Watertown, South Dakota is not under this tornado warning, but it is possible that we might have this move that far east here in the near future. Lots of debris here.
Let's go, Alex. Oh no. Oh no. Big time debris field. Big time debris.
Yeah, whatever it
field.
hit there is big, and it's in a million pieces now. I don't know what it was. Once again, there's a
Careful, Connor.
There's a lot of little structures that it could have been.
Watch the debris field, Connor. Be careful.
Yeah, so one of these guys are close enough to get smacked by something big. This is honestly too close. Storm Runner Media is at a little bit of a better location, I would say.
From what I'm seeing, it looks like it was mostly a barn.
Yeah, that's from what I can tell. That's the best I can gather as well. Holy smokes, y'all. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy how often we've had situations like this this year. The 2025 has been the year of the flood and the tornado, man. This is absolutely plumb wild. And once again, it's unfortunate. Hopefully something happens here and this thing occludes. Something needs to happen here before it gets to North Shore and Watertown.
Just west of Watertown. Powerful tornado hitting outbuildings. Everybody get in their safe place.
Absolutely. Follow Brandon's advice there. Get to your safe spot as this gets closer to North Shore. Inspecting this a little bit more on radar, you can see that's your velocity couplet, and it's moving pretty much due east at this point. It's not moving very much, thankfully, but it is probably going to follow the path of the parent supercell here, which is moving east. And if that continues, that's eventually going to try to take it all the way down there towards Watertown. So Watertown, South Dakota, you got to be taking shelter. You got to be getting there. If you haven't gotten there already, you got to go now. Run, don't walk. You want to get into that most interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You want to preferably get into a storm cellar or a basement, but if you don't have that, interior bathroom or closet, whichever one has the least amount of glass, and you want to wear a helmet. Put on shoes. A lot of people don't think about this, but if you get hit by a tornado, you might have to evacuate your home or wherever you're staying. You might have to walk over broken glass, splintered wood, and stuff like that. And you don't want to do that in your Crocs, your socks, or your flip-flops, especially not barefoot. So put on a good pair of shoes, get to your safe spot, protect your head, wear a helmet if you've got one, bring the mattress, put that over your head. The number one way you're going to get hurt in a situation like this is by flying
A new
debris.
tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we just got a new tornado warning. Let's go inspect that real quick, and we'll come right back to this. Okay, we got a new tornado warning now for Meeker and Stearns counties in Minnesota. Now, these storms are getting close to Minneapolis. We've got another kind of mesoscale convective system that's east of the tornado-producing storm, or the one that we're watching from Brandon, that's now producing tornadoes over here in Meeker and Stearns counties in Minnesota. Take shelter in Paynesville, Roscoe, Eden Valley, Watkins, Cold Spring, and Kimball. This is an incredibly dangerous storm. You want to take shelter, just like I was talking about with the PDS tornado warning, which, by the way, continues for 22 more minutes. Look at this, guys. We got a big debris signature here now. You can see all that debris being lofted into the air quite clearly on radar now as this moves down towards Kampesca and North Shore and Watertown in South Dakota. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. Take shelter. If you haven't already, run. Don't walk.
Connor, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I'm hiding.
Copy. Was that a home that got hit, or was that an outbuilding? I didn't see much home structure.
I could not tell. I could not tell for certain.
From what I can tell. Oh, is this going to do the thing?
Oh, it's roping out. It's starting to rope out, chat. Starting to rope out.
Look at it dance there.
It's doing a little dance.
Unbelievable.
Watch out for weird occlusion behavior.
Yeah, there's something that these guys have got to watch out for is as the occlusion happens, or as this rope out happens, it can kind of flail around and go in unpredictable motions. Dang. All right, so this is one of the things that's good. Hopefully, this occlusion here will keep the tornado off the ground as it goes past Watertown. But there's also a chance that it doesn't last very long and this stays on the ground all the way over there. So hopefully, people in Watertown, South Dakota, are getting ready.
Okay. Alex, pull up next to me.
Yeah, that didn't last long. It's coming right back.
Just in case I had to back up. You're good. You're good.
Dang. And by the way, observed considerable damage threat tornado warning, PDS tornado warning for Cottington County, South Dakota continues for 19 more minutes. Watertown Regional Airport and the Prop Stony Point campsite are in the path. The road that this is crossing right here, I believe this is 170th Street. You might know this is State Road 10. But that's what it's going over right now. So it's kind of got a little bit of a southerly component to it right now. It just moved pretty much due south across that road, which is putting it closer to Kampesca or Kampesca. Gosh, man, it's getting bigger again, ain't it? The good news is it's not moving very fast. This thing is slow. Slow as... I mean, let's say this does make it all the way over there to Watertown, the people of Watertown should definitely know about it by the time it gets there. Now, it looks like it's picking up some speed now. That's definitely the fastest we've seen it move.
See if that was a house. It looked like an outbuilding, but if that was a house, crankshaft, let me know so we can go look at it. We need to make sure everybody's okay. I thought it was an outbuilding. I did not see a house, but I want to be 100% sure. All right, we got to go back west. Okay. I'm going to flip around, chat. We're flipping around. Crankshaft, please.
Yeah, it's still on the ground. It's hanging on.
If it's a house on satellite, then I am going back.
Yeah, it hit a barn or a farm or something. That's all the
There's a cop over here. I'm gonna.
All the damage that we saw was from a barn, from what I can tell.
Brandon, chat is saying another streamer said it's a farm with a house. Please go back.
Connor, people are reporting it was a house. I'm going back.
All right, so Brandon's going to go see if these people need help over here that just got hit.
Get this cop.
Here's another look at it from Stormrunner Media's point of view. And let's, as Brandon goes and does that, let's really quickly, let's check in on some of these other warnings that we have. We have other warnings in place, okay? Over here in Meeker County, Minnesota, we do have a tornado warning continuing for 17 more minutes. You got to take shelter out here in Meeker County, Minnesota. This is coming down towards Litchfield. Very strong damaging winds are coming into Manana over here along Highway 22 within the next little bit, and there's a potential tornado in there as well. We also have a tornado warning for Meeker and Stearns counties in Minnesota. There's your rotation over here near Eden Valley. That's moving up towards Watkins and Cold Spring. Take shelter now. This is a dangerous storm. The most dangerous part of this storm is going to be right in here, right in the core there, where we've got strong straight line damaging winds and also the potential for tornadoes in there. And yeah, if I zoom out here a little bit, you can see that this is getting dangerously close to Minneapolis. Okay, so this might be heading down towards Minneapolis here soon.
Did I just pass where it crossed? Yes, that was it back there. I passed it. Son of a pup. Just passed it.
Brandon, they're saying the house is empty. There's people there searching now.
Copy. All right, then I'll continue south. I just passed it, but I just saw a car leave, so. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
10-12.
All right, so let's go back here real quick. We'll look at this from Storm Runner's point of view again. The tornado is continuing. It doesn't look quite as intense as it was a few minutes ago. But what's happening is the supercell that's responsible for this tornado is moving east, right? And the tornado, it kind of doesn't want to go. It kind of wants to stay in this same spot. And the supercell's kind of moving on without it, essentially. And there's some unique interactions happening with the outflow boundary that's responsible for the storm being there. So as the supercell moves farther east, either the tornado is going to kind of intensify and kind of curl up and get closer back to that inflow region or the big forward flank of the storm, or it'll kind of dissipate and then we'll see a new mesocyclone form closer to the core of the storm, and that could happen around Watertown. So I still don't know if this will end up going into Watertown, South Dakota, but it's dangerously close, and wouldn't be surprising to me that we at least see a tornado warning for the town of Watertown here soon in South Dakota.
Awesome. Great work out there, guys. That is the most violent tornado I've ever seen. That was more violent than
It's not occupied. Yep.
more violent than Gary. That thing is
Yeah, it looks like it's roping out for the most part. So hopefully we'll get a moment where this stays off the ground. Because once again, let me show you the progression here. This supercell's not done. The supercell's just now getting started. You can see how the hook here looks less like a hook now and more like a dog leg. We're going to see some sort of regeneration here, I believe. But let's hear from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, sorry no camera, but I'm watching areas south of the KAKQ radar in Virginia, west of Walters, Virginia. There's an unwarned tornado on the ground over there. At least there was for a brief second, and I think it's still down via differential reflectivity and a correlation coefficient drop. We have no tornado warning over there, but this storm has cycled once and tried to put down a tornado over the last few scans of velocity. You can see it just to the west of that yaw watch. Now we have a really tight couplet right where that yaw watch is, and I think that has produced a tornado. In fact, I'm very confident of it. So I've gone ahead and issued a yaw watch there. We have that unwarned tornado on the ground. It's a little misaligned because the direction is very frantic, but just know it's moving south towards the Franklin Franklin, Virginia area and Cortland, Virginia. I expect if this cycles again, it may happen just to the east. So it may continue east closer to Carsville as well. So all these areas should be thought about and considered. If you know anyone in that region in Franklin, Virginia, it's good to give them a heads up because they only have a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill with the Y'all Watch. We're saying Y'all Watch out down here in Black Creek, areas near Corinth. This is Southampton and Isle of Wight in Virginia. Okay, got a line of storms coming down here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, like Andy was talking about there. But we also have, but we don't even have a tornado possible tag on that, right? So if there's a tornado happening here, like we believe there is, and that continues to happen, it goes down towards Sedley and Cortland and places like Franklin in Virginia, they're going to be caught off guard. So if you know anybody out there, let them know. There's some tornadic activity with this line of storms that's coming in. This is in Virginia here now. With or without a tornado, this is a very powerful storm, okay? Get ready in Windsor, Newsoms, and Suffolk as well for just generally 60, 70 mile per hour winds. I also want to check back in on y'all over here near Virginia Beach. You guys just got hit in Virginia Beach. Now it's your turn in Chesapeake, okay? Chesapeake, Virginia. It's coming in, okay? We've got a strong storm capable of producing 60 mile per hour winds coming in right now into the Chesapeake area. This is what it looks like out there. As that storm comes in. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for 26 more minutes. Speaking of Virginia, we might as well go ahead and talk about this severe thunderstorm warning as well. We got another one back here towards Lynchburg. How about you in Bedford? We have a severe thunderstorm warning for y'all. There's about 91,000 people in this one for the next 25 minutes. Get ready for it. Very dangerous storm coming in here. And as far as severe weather goes, that's it until you get back up here towards Minneapolis, St. Cloud. We've got tornado warnings all around us here. So let's come back over here and inspect this. We've got some rotation here. Once again, a decent amount of rotation popping up here near Litchfield on this tornado warning that continues for Meeker and Stearns counties in Minnesota. Stay sheltered for the next 25 minutes. So let's see if these guys can see anything. The tornado that was with our PDS tornado warning has lifted, but I do think it's going to try to come back together here. I do think it's going to try to come back together here very soon. Did the National Weather Service have a high tornado probability in that area? Not necessarily. It wasn't high, but it was elevated, and because we knew that this had a potential to happen. Like, there's no such thing as a 5% hatched risk. You'll hear me talk a lot about 10% hatched risk a lot of times when we're live. That hatched indicator means that there's, the tornadoes that happen could be strong. If there was such a thing as a 5% hatched risk, and I think there's going to be here soon, from the Storm Prediction Center, today would have been a 5% hatched risk because the probability is not incredibly high, but if they were going to happen, they were going to be big. We've already seen one big tornado, maybe two. I'm not convinced that we haven't seen another one in that line yet that's closer to Minneapolis, but we will see more. There will be more, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of them might happen overnight in the dark, so that's something that we've got to think about as the storm continues to move in. Why don't they have a hatch risk for 5? They just, for whatever reason, that wasn't a part of whenever they implemented it. They didn't do that.
What? I have no idea where you're at.
Yeah, you can see almost pretty clearly what's about to happen here with our storm. That we've got a little bit of a nudger happening. This thing's going to try to produce another tornado, and unfortunately, it's going to happen right when it gets really close to Watertown. Right when it gets really, really close to Watertown.
alert means it won't produce when it comes into Watertown.
Yeah, that's honestly all I care about right now, because if a tornado like that goes through Watertown, dude, it'd be bad. The original area of rotation is still rotating.
Sorry, I'm reading.
Yeah, I'm at the point at 212 where it jogs north. I'm jogging north right now, and then I'll be going east. I'm just going to get out ahead of this. And
Yeah, the storm's starting to move a little bit more. And once again, the part of the storm that's rotating is getting closer and closer to Watertown. Guys, give me just a second. I gotta go do something real quick. Let me turn the be right back thing on, and we'll listen in to Brandon here. Yeah, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
yeah, I'm near it. I'm almost underneath it right now. Ooh, strong winds. Yeah, it looks like the main area interest is still slightly north of 212. I don't see any rotation directly above me right now, but it's trying, Chad. It is definitely trying. We are just outside of Watertown. This is not good.
Yeah, the big stopping that north one from producing is the southern meso was still taking the inflow, because up until about a minute ago, there was still a little funnel up there. So it's finally completely gone now, and inflow is increasing on that new northern circulation. That's headed, gosh, it's going to go into Watertown.
Yeah, I'm on 212 just east of you.
Copy. I just come across like mass chaser or car convergence up there or something.
Rapidly rotating just north of 212, just off my northwest.
All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got another tornado about to happen here in South Dakota. That's what we're watching from Brandon Kopic's point of view. But we also have several other concerning, things to talk about here. One of those is we just got a big tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning issued for about 66,000 people out here just to the west of Minneapolis. This line of storms here, it's currently in, Meeker and Kearns counties or Stearns counties in Minnesota, is capable of producing tornadoes, and it's moving towards Minneapolis. So everybody in Minneapolis needs to be getting ready for a significant damaging event here. We don't know if there's going to be tornadoes, but we do know that this line of storms is going to cause a lot of problems as it gets closer and closer to Minneapolis. Additionally, on top of that, we've got some big-time storms in Virginia that we are concerned about and that we've been watching. We got a strong area of wind coming through Chesapeake right now, past Virginia Beach, moving down towards Blackwater. And then we had what we believe was a brief tornado, or a couple of them, over here north of Cortland in Virginia, and the storm that was responsible for that is continuing to have a little bit of rotation here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we had another tornado situation near Franklin as this comes down. So I would definitely be watching out for damaging winds and potential tornadic activity in Virginia with this line as it comes down closer to the North Carolina border. And we've got lots of storms in between, but nothing quite as intense as what we're seeing up here in South Dakota and Minnesota. So that's why we're kind of focusing on this. Meteorologist Andy Hill has a new y'all watch out here. We got a medium confidence for a tornado warning for the town of Watertown here soon. Watertown, South Dakota is still not under an actual tornado warning yet, but we do believe that that's going to be happening here soon. So Watertown, South Dakota, get ready. Do we have anybody watching from Watertown? It's about to get real out there. Y'all, go ahead and update us on what's going on there, bub.
Okay, let's get you up to speed. The Midwest is throwing an absolute fit, centered on a nasty supercell in South Dakota.
Yep.
We've got a confirmed dangerous tornado near Watertown, and scanners are reporting a water rescue for a boat on Lake Kempeska. The WIS is a plumb wild 121, but it's living on borrowed time. I'm forecasting a major drop-off in about 10 minutes when that warning expires. So yeah, the situation is dicey, and it's about to change fast. Back to you.
Okay, so I didn't know about the water rescue on the lake there near where that tornado happened. That's pretty crazy.
Ripped up right just off to my north. There's trees directly behind me.
Yeah, so this is getting closer and closer to Watertown here, and unfortunately, every scan, it looks like that we're about to see another big tornado. So hopefully, everybody is in their safe spot. The tornado is likely going to touch down south of North Shore, north of Grover, somewhere near Pelican Lake. So take shelter if you haven't already. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. Here are some photos that we've gotten in. This is from Bruton, Minnesota, as the storm is getting closer. This is that big line of storms that we've been tracking. Another crazy view from David G. in Wausau, Wisconsin.
To me, it's my due north.
Mattis clouds.
There's nothing down right now, though. There were some.
And then we got some stuff going on in Florence, Kentucky as well from Mark. Thank you, Mark, for sending that in. My goodness, y'all. It's already been a crazy day. Oh, here's a video.
Yeah, I don't see anything down right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, here's a video of the tornado that we had just a few moments ago near Watertown, South Dakota. This is from Caitlin. Caitlin, thank you so much for sending this in. Yeah, we had a real tornado, like a big one, for a brief period of time there, and it did hit some stuff. As far as I know, as far as I know, Brandon didn't come across anything devastating, but we did have a big tornado here. Thankfully, it's since lifted, but it's about to try to do it again as it gets close to a pretty populated area here near Watertown, South Dakota. Well, the actual tornado that just happened was a little bit down the road from Watertown up here closer to Henry, but now the rotating part of the storm is right here, literally on the western side of Watertown. So if it comes down, it's going to have a lot more opportunities to hit stuff, unfortunately. There's tornado sirens near Watertown.
The whole town out storm spot, and someone's going to get hurt if a tornado like that happens again, because that thing started diving south. That one almost got me. And that thing was violent.
Yeah, my concern was Michael behind me. He was close to me, and it was stopping me from backing up, so that's why I just flipped around.
I mean, he was out of his car when that thing dove south. I mean, I was having a hard time accelerating when I got out of there, so he was about as close as I think you can possibly get without backing up. I think it did.
So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a potential tornado try to come together again here near Watertown, South Dakota. We've been watching for a while now several different, instances where this tornado has been on the ground. At the current moment, we only have one tornado warning left. It's only got 12 minutes left on it out here near Kimball in Minnesota. The big thing that we're watching now is this Carver, McLeod, and Meeker County area here where we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for 27 more minutes. This line of storms is going to cause problems as it gets closer to Minneapolis. So y'all get ready for that. Some of the places in the path of this one are going to be the Wright Technical Center, Buffalo Hospital's in the path here, Buffalo Manor East Mobile Home Park. How about you at the Stanley Eddy Memorial Park campsite? Also, the Winstead Municipal Airport and Cummingsfield Outdoor Venue, all in the path of this very dangerous storm.
Is this thing not tornado warned anymore, or am I wrong? It is not tornado warned.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm just watching that line of storms coming towards the Minneapolis metro, probably about hour and a half, 2 hours out of most of the metro. But we only have a regular severe thunderstorm warning in place there, but I'm seeing some pretty intense winds aloft that are driving the apex of this bow forward. And I think that upgrading this possibly to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the future is actually very warranted, even at this point as it approaches the metro. So I know some areas, some local emergency managers may start to sound sirens once we get those upgraded severe thunderstorm warnings for higher levels of wind, greater wind gusts from the National Weather Service. So in the event that does transpire here, we should be ready for that, especially as the apex of the bow heads towards the Delano area.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Meteorologist Andy Hill keeping us updated here on these storms that are getting closer to Minneapolis. We're going to be watching those as they come in. Currently, like you said, we just got that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag, but it's looking like some really strong winds are happening here near French Lake, moving down towards Montrose, and that's going to eventually move down towards Elk River, Coon Rapids, and Minneapolis as well. We got 9 minutes left on this tornado warning over here for Chesapeake. Severe thunderstorm warning, and then we've got 9 minutes left on this one over here for Southampton as well. And we continue to have a low confidence tornado y'all watch here from meteorologist Andy Hill for the next 10 minutes for an area of rotation that's moving due south inside of this. So you're not under a tornado warning in Franklin or Como or the areas here between North Carolina and Virginia near Southampton County, but we've seen a couple different instances where it looks like this is trying to produce a tornado here. So we're just trying to keep you updated on what's going on there. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for Chokio and Morris in Stevens County in Minnesota. Get indoors and away from windows. Once again, the only remaining tornado warning is this little guy over here that's going to go on for 9 more minutes. Yeah, so our Watertown storm, let's go back to it. And, there's no tornado warning associated with this, but the rotation, the part of the storm that would produce a tornado, if it happens like it just did, it's now right over the town. Okay, so all we can do right now, honestly, is just hope to goodness that this thing does not produce a tornado. Because it's going to do some big-time damage if it does. Yeah, you go ahead, y'all bot. Tell us about all those storm reports.
All right, Ryan, buckle up. I've got a major storm report roundup for you. The most serious activity is in Codington County, South Dakota, with a confirmed tornado on the ground near Henry and golf ball-sized hail near Rowville. Right next door, a severe storm cluster is hammering west-central Minnesota with 71 miles per hour wind gusts, significant structural damage, and quarter-sized hail. We also had that earlier, isolated report of a tree down in Goochland County, Virginia.
All right, so pretty much everything that we've been talking about, y'all bots also hearing about it. Yeah, I'm getting deja vu. This looks very similar to what we were looking at earlier before that big tornado happened. So unfortunately now it's closer to a populated area. Here's what it looks like on radar with our velocity. Now you can see very clearly here that we've got our rotation coming together. It's not tight, but it wasn't tight earlier when we got the tornado either. Not at least on radar. It was in real life. You know what I mean?
Please be sure to just smoosh that like and subscribe button.
Here's what it looks like in Atwater, Minnesota. This is coming in from Cat E with the damage photos. Big time tree limbs down there. Huge. That's some very damaging winds that just happened there. What about you in Faber, Virginia? Wow. Thank you for sending that in. And once again, this is a video of that tornado that was down earlier in near Watertown, South Dakota. The storm that produced this tornado, that we're looking at here, is now right over the town of Watertown now. It's not producing a tornado currently, but we believe that it has the potential to, very good potential to, in the near future. So Watertown, you're not under a tornado warning, but I would be right next to my tornado safe spot, just in case.
I do not have my scanner on. Thanks.
If you want to send stuff in, pics at ryanhallyall.com. PICS at ryanhallyall.com. We got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we do have a damage report, unfortunately, from the Waterloo tornado. It did destroy a house just to the northwest of Henry. Chasers on site did search and rescue, and no one was found, which is good. No one was home at the time. But that tornado was very strong. It did destroy about a 2-story home completely, with only looks like 2 interior walls still standing.
Okay. Wow. All right, thank you, Elijah, for the update. So the explosion of debris that we saw was likely from that. And by the way, if you weren't tuned in just a few moments ago when we had this big tornado, that was a very, very strong tornado. We're actually, although we did have some structures hit, we're actually very lucky that it didn't hit more stuff, because that is, I mean, that's the kind of tornado that does very widespread destruction. And that's why we're so concerned about Watertown right now. If the storm is able to do that again, it's going to happen over a much more populated area. Thankfully, so far, it's not happening. But it's on the verge of it, and we're watching it as it gets closer. All right, let's check in on some of these other things that are going on here. In South Dakota, we've got 19 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. In North Carolina, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here for Cumberland, Hoke, and more counties in North Carolina. This is for about 300,000 people. It includes a little bit of Fayetteville. So we got a pretty decent storm over here near Pine Bluff, and that's moving towards Rayford. So get ready in North Carolina for a strong storm that's approaching Fayetteville right now. Back up to South Dakota. This is our big storm. This is the one that we were most concerned about. Corey Gherkin and Storm Runner Media and Brandon Kopic are all on this, as it, once again, it's going right over Watertown right now and moving towards Kransburg.
Yeah, it looks good from like an updraft base perspective, but it's not tornado imminent. I will give it that much. It's definitely not.
3 minutes remain on this warning over here near Chesapeake and Virginia Beach. Will it get bad in Minnesota? It's already bad in Minnesota. It's bad right now in Minnesota. We got a big time severe thunderstorm warning getting close to Minneapolis over here. That's kind of what we're watching right now. This storm has had a potential or had a history of producing tornadoes, and we're going to continue to watch that be a possibility as it gets closer to Minneapolis. But yeah, all across Minnesota, up here near Morris, we've got some big time stuff going on. Just to the west of Morris, we had a damage report from Chokio and Stevens counties. A power pole's down. Did we just get a new severe? No, that's not new. Okay, yeah, this one is new. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin and Murfreesboro over here in North Carolina. Gates, Hertford, Northampton, Southampton, and Suffolk counties are now under a severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. Get indoors and away from windows. Back to South Dakota, our biggest and baddest supercell still hanging out over Watertown, still not producing a tornado, thank goodness. But it's getting, it's still trying to, so we're going to hold on before we, give the all clear here. Yeah, these storms have a ton of fuel to work with. We've got some maxed out parameters here. That violent tornado parameter ended up being a pretty good way to pinpoint where we had the most likelihood for seeing a tornado, because it was literally right on top of that where the supercell formed. We continue to have a really favorable environment in place for storms to get much bigger and also continue to produce tornadoes.
So I'm going to go south to the next road, and I'm going to go east a little bit just to get out into a clearing.
Some of our biggest or most impactful storm reports officially. This doesn't include the report from the tornado, I don't believe. But just some of the thunderstorm wind damage reports that have come in. Grain bins buckled near Sunberg. We had power poles down near Chokio. And then those are both in Minnesota. And then we had a large tree on a house out there in Mechanicsville, Virginia. Those are our three most impactful reports that we've heard, like kind of the official LSRs. More of those are going to come in as we learn more about what happened with the tornado there. And we're going to get a lot of reports, I think, as this line of storms goes through Minneapolis. That's going to hit a pretty populated area, so I would not be surprised at all if we got a lot of reports in.
Again, thank you guys so much. You guys are the ones that fund.
Storm fuel, storm supper, yeah, plenty of it out there. Minneapolis, should we be looking out for flash floods? Yeah, honestly. I mean, there's going to be some training situations that could happen here. If I show you the radar, you can see that you're about to get hit by this line of storms, but there's also, a lot of storms behind that, and they're all kind of going west to east. So there's going to be some training, and flash flooding is definitely going to be on the table tonight in Minneapolis. So if you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you are ready to get to higher ground. But the first thing we're going to deal with is this big area of very strong winds that's about to come through. Brandon Kopic is showing us the front edge of that storm up there in Cottington County, South Dakota.
Oh, look, there's Mitar.
Where's the tornado sniffer Brad Arnold? He is not out there right now. We'll probably hear a lot more from him soon, especially during hurricane season.
Dude, I had to go get a close range shot.
Brad lives in Alabama, so Alabama to
a new tornado
near
warning
Canada
has been issued.
is hard to do every Thursday,
Freaking Alex was the one behind me, and I'm like, oh, I might have to back.
All right, here we go. We got a new tornado warning. This is for Hennepin, Sherburne, and Wright counties. Okay, so this is getting pretty close here to the Minneapolis area. Let's go over here and take a look at this on radar. We've got Annandale, Buffalo, and St. Michael now under a tornado warning for this area of rotation right here north of French Lake. This is moving towards Maple Lake, Buffalo, and St. Michael. Do we have anybody watching over here?
A new
If you
tornado
know anybody
warning
out
has
here,
been
let
issued.
them know that this is, this is a real deal. These storms are producing tornadoes today that are plumb scary. Okay, like if we have more tornadoes like that, there will be more damage, and it's going to be, a bad day for whoever's involved. So we don't want anybody to be caught off guard. If you know somebody in this area, let them know what's going on here. Hennepin, Sherburne, and Wright counties in Minnesota, take shelter now. This is going to last for 30 minutes. We got a lot of places in the path of this one. We got the Monticello School, the Buffalo Hospital, the Buffalo Manor East Mobile Home Park, the Schroeder County Park Campgrounds, Cummings Field, the venue there is in the path, and the Buffalo Municipal Airport. So get indoors, away from windows, take shelter in the most interior, lowest floor, all that good stuff of your home or whatever sturdy building you're in. You don't want to be in a mobile home for this. And by the way, the Buffalo Manor East Mobile Home Park is a pretty big mobile home park that's directly in the path here. So take shelter now. This is in South Dakota, where there is another new tornado warning. This is for Cottington and Hamlin counties in South Dakota, right over the south side of town, Watertown. We've got another tornado trying to form right now. Look at this. This is radar. Big velocity couplet right here, south and east of the Watertown Regional Airport. If we have another tornado form, it's going to be right there. Dang. Yeah, that's not good.
Okay, you guys know what? Go ahead. Okay, well, there's a lot of moving pieces going on right now. But I'm just asking, I saw you guys over there. I just didn't play attention.
Yeah, we're still chilling here. It's rotating nicely in front of us, so if you want to come back up here, you can.
Copy that. Still same location on 36.
I just got that rotational radar just got pretty tight.
Just south of Watertown, too. I might pull up towards it here in a minute, but I got to take a leak first.
This east wind is really blowing.
I do too, but I'm just gonna hold it in case it drops here quick.
Yeah, so Watertown, you are under a tornado warning now. The whole town of Watertown. We've been talking about you for a while, but you're officially in that warning for the next 40 minutes. We got 22,000 people in there. So take shelter now.
Go ahead with that traffic again. We're setting sirens in Cranford. The wind out of the east is so strong it blew the neighbor's 21-foot sailboat.
Here's a photo from Carolina Beach, North Carolina. Big time shelf cloud down there. We got some strong storms in Virginia and North Carolina tonight on top of what we've been talking about elsewhere. Lancaster, Ohio. I've seen all the reports. There's some crazy flooding going on in Ohio. We'll try to touch on that a little bit more as well. But Karma C, thanks for sending this in. Crazy flooding happening right now in Lancaster, Ohio. Additionally, Richmond, Virginia. We got some people watching here. Thank you so much, Clark B. Love the helmet. That's cool. And in Beaver Creek, Ohio, look at that crazy shelf cloud rolling right overhead. And then we've got this from the Storm Prediction Center, mesoscale analysis, violent tornado parameter out the wazoo here, right in front of our storm. Our storm that we're tracking here has all of the tornado fuel, the storm juice, whatever you want to call it. It has it all available to it. It's going through some mergers. We've got a lot of storms that are forming along this outflow boundary here, and they're all just kind of like diving into this parent supercell, and they're kind of like, messing with the balance at the base of the storm that it would require that it takes to maintain a tornado consistently, and that's why we've lost the tornado for a little while. But it's not going to take much for another one to happen here. And remember, it's going to be strong if it happens. So hopefully everybody in Watertown sheltered. Also, we've got places like Appleby, Foley, and Kransburg in the path as well. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we have a very large funnel nearly touching the ground near Watertown, South Dakota right now. Storm chasers are seeing it right now.
All right, thank you so much, Elijah. Here's a view of that, I believe. We've got 3 storm chasers that are pretty close to this. Corey's on that. That's the base of the storm there. And then we've also got Storm Runner Media on this. And then Brandon Kopic's almost so close you can't see anything. He's right underneath it. But you can see what we're looking at here. The tornado might be trying to come down right now near Pelican Lake and Folly in South Dakota. Take shelter if you haven't already.
Big time wrapping rain curtains over there.
You live in Lancaster, Ohio?
Yeah, okay.
It's the Kroger on Main Street next to the hospital. Yeah, there's a lot of big time flooding going on in Ohio right now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go east.
It's really not severe weather that's causing it. It's just training tropical downpours. Day after day of those, and you get the right one that drops the right amount of rain, you're going to get some flooding, 100%. And it looks like it's actually pretty bad out there. Weather intensity score right now is 95. And it looks like we're going to be sticking right around there for a while. Let me pull that up. Yeah, so it's 96 right now. And our model that predicts that, how intense is the weather going to be over the next 30 minutes, we're no downtrend, no significant uptrend over the next 30 minutes expected. So things are going to get really interesting here as this storm's going to try to produce another big tornado. And then on top of that, we've got this other tornado warning that's going to, get into a pretty populated area here. The good news with this one is I don't see any specific areas of, convincing rotation right now in this one. Over here in Hennepin, Sherburne, and Wright counties in Minnesota, there's a tornado warning. You got to be taking shelter in Maple Lake, Buffalo, and St. Michael, Monticello, Rockford. You got to be in there. But it's not like this other storm in South Dakota where it's like, oh, okay, here's where the tornado is going to be. This one looks more like a big burst of wind with the potential for some spin-up tornadoes on the front side of that. So that's what we're looking at here. But Minneapolis, don't let your guard down. This whole thing's coming towards you very, very soon. Apparently the sirens are not going off in Watertown right now. Is that true, y'all?
Turns to gravel anyway. It's south.
Dang. Yeah, go ahead, y'all bot. What are they saying in chat?
All right, Ryan. The chat's focus has now zeroed in on Watertown, Minnesota, with folks reporting funnels and heavy winds in the area. You also officially have beef with the entire population of Howard Lake, as you apparently just caused the frantic evacuation of their demolition derby mid-smash.
Oh, really? By the way, y'all bot, it's Watertown, South Dakota. Can't believe AI, man. This is why you never trust AI. They don't even know their states. Yeah, the rotation is just about to be over Interstate 29 now. So honestly, the most dangerous part of the storm is now past. It's moving past Watertown. So hopefully, I mean, if this thing's going to produce another tornado, which it looks like it's going to try to, hopefully that happens and it's far away from Watertown, because the farther away we get from there, the less likely it is that it's going to hit a bunch of stuff. Now, there's still plenty of stuff that it could hit out here. Once again, we got the Interstate 29. We got Appleby, Kranzberg, Goodwin. So we're not letting our guard down, but we are breathing a sigh of relief as this gets farther away from Watertown every second. Minnesota has a Watertown too.
Bro, I can't see anything on this road.
Oh, Minnesota has a Watertown too. And coincidentally, it is in the path of this storm over here. It's just to the west of Minneapolis. That's not the Watertown. That's not the Watertown that we're talking about. The Watertown that we're talking about is the one in South Dakota.
Oh shoot, it's closed.
Yeah, there's Watertowns. Anywhere there's water, you're going to have a Watertown.
Oh, thank God for Connor. 'Cause I
Usually.
can't see anything.
I bet there's one in Florida
Wipers are
and New York. Hey, we got a new warning in Florida. Speaking of Florida, we got a new warning down here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hillsborough and Pinellas County in Florida, St. Petersburg. You guys are included in this. Over here near Tampa. And looky here, we got us a PDS rainbow alert visible on the Florida traffic cameras here. So yeah, y'all get ready for that. There's a strong storm happening right now in Florida. Severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming over there towards St. Pete Beach. In North Carolina, we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Durham, actually. So, man, I feel like every live stream that we've done, somebody needs to double-check this. I'm just about positive that every live stream that we've done for the past, like, 5 streams, Raleigh, North Carolina has been involved. I don't think I've ever talked about Raleigh this much. And the funny thing is every time North Carolina isn't even the focus area. We're talking about North Dakota half the time, but there's some storm that happens in Raleigh at the same time. It's plumb wild. But you guys are just to the north and west of there is a severe thunderstorm warning. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery, Moore, and Richmond counties in North Carolina. These are all for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
I couldn't see anything. So when you turned down the road, I was like, oh, thank God. Now I've got taillights to follow.
New severe thunderstorm warning out here for Kendi, Yohai, Pope, and Stearns counties in Minnesota as well. Some new damage reports coming in. We've already talked about this one, but in Sunberg earlier we had grain bins buckled by the winds, and then we had a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier as well up here. We got new storms moving through. It's in this area where I wouldn't be surprised to see a flash flood warning issued very soon. All right, so we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for areas closer to Minneapolis. Okay, so we got Carver, Hennepin, Wright counties in Minnesota now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This does not include downtown Minneapolis, but it does include Rockford and Montrose and Minnetonka. About 334,000 people here are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So get ready for damaging winds and just all kinds of nasty stuff as this line comes in. Sorry. Let's see here. What kind of cameras we got? We're starting to get close enough to where we can see this thing. Now, Minnesota has great cameras. Not right now. The closer we get to Minneapolis, we should be able to see something. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so this is a delayed report actually from about 30 minutes ago. So that storm that's going into Minneapolis really soon, about 30 minutes ago, a storm spotter on their own instruments recorded sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. And according to the report, they also measured a wind gust of 104 miles per hour. Now, we don't know if that is a true measurement or not. This was a storm spotter using their own equipment, so it is not like a National Weather Service or university weather station. But that is the report that we did have, was a wind gust about 30 minutes ago of 104 miles per hour from that storm.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Elijah. That's a storm that potentially is going to cause some problems here soon near Minneapolis. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning for 28 more minutes. Take shelter now. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Here's some places that are in the path of this. So once again, it's not downtown Minneapolis just yet, but it is the Eden Prairie School, Maple Grove Hospital, Buffalo Manor East, Also, the Barker Park Reserve Campground, Cummingsfield, and the Buffalo Municipal Airport. Get ready for it. We got a daggone warning in Iowa. We got a severe thunderstorm warning in Iowa. These things are just popping up everywhere, man. Out here in West Point, this is Henry, Lee, and Van Buren counties in Iowa. We've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 27 minutes. So once again, get indoors and away from windows out there in Iowa. Big Stone and Traverse counties in Minnesota. You guys are also now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So take shelter now. Once again, indoors and away from windows. Back to South Dakota for a tornado warning here. Man, Watertown, you guys are getting hit hard right now by this storm. Thankfully, once again, the rotation is moving away from the town of Watertown. But it is becoming more, it's becoming stronger. It's becoming more robust as it rides down Interstate 29. Another tornado is going to try to happen here very soon as it goes down towards Goodwin. So get ready out there. This is a live look at that from Brandon Kopick's point of view. This thing's also got some huge hail with it. Probably probably golf ball to tennis ball size hail in there happening right now in Watertown. Speaking of Tampa in the St. Petersburg area, we got a severe thunderstorm warning down there, and this is a photo from Sand Hammy. I'm sorry if I don't know how to say your name, but thank you for sending this in. You can see that shelf cloud in the distance there as that severe thunderstorm moves on in. PixItRyanAllYall.com if you want to send in stuff. In Wright County, Minnesota, we got a tree on a power line.
Where you at, Meatar? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm on my way down here. My 180 to a point is minimum maintenance.
We're watching a lot of these cameras that you see that are not the storm chaser cameras. The bottom 6, I guess, those are all really close to Minneapolis. So we're starting to see, you're starting to see the flashes of light, the lightning there. And that's going to become more intense as the storm gets closer. This is a powerful storm that's approaching Minneapolis right now. By the way, tornado warning for Coddington and Hamlin counties in South Dakota is going to continue for 25 more minutes. Now it goes all the way down there towards Bemis. Okay, so Interstate 29, that's the main thing that's in the path of this one. Still not producing another tornado yet, but it's trying to. Look at this massive mesocyclone right in the middle of it. This chonker. Whole thing spinning here. Nine minutes remain on the tornado warning over here in Hennepin and Wright counties. So take shelter in Rockford and St. Michael if you haven't already. This is the storm that's getting closer to Minneapolis. By the way, we're up to about 132,000 people without power right now in Virginia. A lot of those are coming from Hanover County, Charles City, New Kent, places like Richmond City. So that line of storms is continuing to cause damage as it races down towards North Carolina. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota for our big chonker of a storm back here. Watertown, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 40 more minutes. So we're expecting what's happening now to continue for maybe up to 40 more minutes, which is crazy to think about. You got lemon-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this storm. I don't know. What's the hail? Is there a lot of hail right now in Watertown, or is this mostly heavy rain? What do you got? Are you guys... So what are you seeing out there? There was a 71-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport in Coddington County, South Carolina. That's or South Dakota. Daggone it. That's the one that was right next to the town of or in Watertown, pretty much. Yeah, it does not want to move a lot at all. Got family up there. 2-inch hail is confirmed.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued about getting south and a little bit further west. Maybe it's going to try and form a new hook back there in the clear air.
By the way, has everybody got their WeatherWise apps? Everybody got their WeatherWise apps out? These storms are not just impacting the United States. Okay, we've also got a pretty damaging and significant line of storms happening up here in Canada. If you've got the WeatherWise app, you can load up the CASDR radar up here near Dryden and look at this massive squall line that is racing across portions of Canada right now. And this is definitely doing some damage up here as it moves up towards Armstrong. I know we got tons of Canadians that watch. My goodness, yeah, this is a powerful, intense squall line of storms here, moving over towards Sturgeon Lake and Bell Lake. We got so many people that watch in Canada, and we're trying our best to expand and try to cover a little bit more of Canada. One thing that is going to be added soon here, I believe, to WeatherWise is the warning polygons. But we have the radar, and that's one of the more important things. But yeah, that's moving up there towards Armstrong. So this is connected to the same storm system that's impacting, portions of the United States right now. Down here near Minneapolis, you can see that we got the storm that's moving down to town right now. So yeah, if you want to use WeatherWise, it's free. It's free. I highly recommend downloading it. If you don't want to, that's fine. But it is a good app, and this right here is how you can get it. You can just scan that QR code. It'll open up your App Store or your Google Play Store. It'll automatically know what kind of phone you're on, and it'll take you to the place to download it. It's free. Why not? Why not? And you can follow along. If I'm not showing the right storm, if you're like, daggone it, Ryan, you're not showing the right storm. Well, you can load it up on your own, and stay tuned. We'll come back. We'll talk about it, but I've got to try to cover everything here. But yeah, it's a good app. Yeah, we did the QR code thing because I know a lot of yins watch on TV, on your TV screens. So you can just pull out the phone real quick, scan that, and we'll be good to go.
My goodness, you ain't kidding about the people under the overpasses. What the hell? All they're doing is putting themselves in harm's way.
They would just keep, especially the ones that are parked and they're facing south, if they would just keep driving south, they drive out of the tornado warning.
User says, Ryan, just show the storm that I am interested in, please. I try really hard, okay? We do a lot of work to try to figure out what most people are interested in, and we try to show that one more than the others. But what it boils down to is we just got to focus on whatever is the most important thing, whatever's about to hit the most people, whatever's the most life-threatening, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's a good thing that we're not talking about you. You know what I mean?
Copy that. I'll keep an eye out west.
Wow, look at this big tree down in, what is that, Buchanan County, West Virginia? Now that took some powerful winds. And we've got a nice plane photo. We always love these. This is from Josh G. out there in Durham, North Carolina. My sister sent this picture from Durham of the severe storm at 8:03 p.m. on 7/27. Very cool. Very cool. Man, sometimes I just wish I was always in a plane, just looking at clouds. You guys ever had that thought? I should have been a pilot, I think. Checking back in on that storm in Florida. We got 18 minutes left on our severe thunderstorm warning down here. Stay indoors, away from windows. Back up here into North Carolina. Here's that storm. This is what it looks like on radar. Okay, so this is what it looks like in real life. This is what it looks like on radar. You see the resemblances here? Looks exactly the same if you ask me. This blob, real blob. But yeah, that's actually coming into the Chapel Hill area. It's probably going to stay to the south and west of the actual town of Durham. Severe thunderstorm warning continues down here for Cumberland, Hoke, and Moore counties in North Carolina for 18 more minutes. And then Montgomery, Moore, and Richmond counties for 32 more minutes. Back to Minnesota. Tornado warning up here in Hennepin and Wright counties continues for just 2 more minutes, okay? But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. That's in effect for 323,000 people out here just to the west of Minneapolis. That's going to stay in effect for the next 17 minutes. Downtown Minneapolis, you'll be next as far as being in a warning is concerned.
So I'm going to take my chances with it.
Carrie M's got some crazy photos of the tornado earlier near Watertown, South Dakota. Oh, oops, accidentally. Hold on, let me get that back real quick. Okay. Wow. That was a close call, Carrie. I'm guessing you were home here. I don't know, but like that was definitely really close. But yeah, this was when it was at its largest, and it was doing significant damage over there to the west of Watertown, South Dakota. I was really getting worried about Watertown. But thankfully, the storm did not hit Watertown with the tornado, but it's currently getting hit pretty hard by the hail and the damaging winds. So I'm sure we'll still get some damage reports out of the actual downtown Watertown area of just from the crazy winds that we're having.
I am headed west on 22 right now. Where are you at right now, Meatarp? All right, guys, give me a sec.
Seriously suffocating here in Indiana? Yeah, it's hot. It is hot. Too hot. That's basically like all of our, like usually every week we make a video and it's about something. But here recently, everything that I've had to talk about is like, it's going to be hot, y'all. And that pattern is going to continue, but we're going to get into some more interesting stuff here soon. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have some tropical stuff. Not in the near future, but like things are setting up for a somewhat active tropical season. And we're going to get back into this kind of flow with the jet stream where we're going to have lots of mesoscale convective systems to talk about, potentially in the Great Lakes area and the upper Midwest. And it'll intermittently cool down every once in a while in some of the places that have been really hot here recently.
Just taking pictures with his camera.
Go ahead, y'all bot, yeah.
The WIS just cracked 106. So yeah, it's getting real. That tornado-warned storm is booking it at 50 miles per hour toward the Twin Cities suburbs. Meanwhile, that supercell in South Dakota has already produced a confirmed tornado with catastrophic damage. And let's not forget the 104 miles per hour wind gust someone reported in Meeker County, Minnesota. The intensity score is about to dip for a minute as one warning expires. But it's a trap. Expect it to rebound hard when they issue the next one downstream. Pay attention.
It's a trap. Y'allbot's getting so smart. It knows everything. It heard Elijah talk about that. That's not recorded anywhere. Yeah, so we don't have the tornado warning in Minnesota anymore. That one was actually allowed to expire while Y'allbot was talking, but we still have the tornado warning in effect for Coddington and Hamlin counties in South Dakota for the next 13 minutes. Power lines are already being reported down around Watertown, South Dakota.
It actually looks like that little hook area is latched 100% on and even jogged with that boundary a little bit.
It's a trap. Yeah, here's that severe thunderstorm as it comes into Minneapolis. I'm going to try to see, maybe some of these cameras can give us a view here.
I think the western side's going to be the last chance this thing has.
Watch me fill up the grid here. Boom. See, a lot of these have sky, which is always useful when you're trying to see clouds.
The base looks good over here, I'll give it that much. The base definitely looks good over here.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so we should see these cameras here get overtaken by a significant severe storm here soon. All the ones that I just selected are up here on the northwestern side of Minneapolis, but just because they're closest to the storm. But I would say the strongest part of the storm is going through Rockford right now and is moving down towards Medina and Plymouth. You guys are next in line.
Alright, chat, we're still moving west, still moving west.
Sorry, I'm reading. Yeah, so earlier when we had that tornado, it was it did destroy a farm, and then that's like the worst report that we've heard about so far as that tornado goes. And it was a powerful tornado, so we actually we came out pretty good on that one. But we still think that storm is capable of producing another tornado or storms that might form in the similar area because the parameter space is so high. We have lots of nadir juice. I mean, it just keeps getting worse. Look at this. 20? Is that? Yeah, violent tornado parameter up near 20. That's way higher than what it was earlier. So all the ingredients are in place. But, you know, still, even when you have stuff like this, everything has to come together pretty much perfectly for it to actually produce a tornado. But we've seen it happen once already. We are pretty sure it could happen again. And remember, a part of the storm system is going to continue to move east. So this will also impact portions of, Minnesota later. It's not just South Dakota that we're worried about today with the big tornado threat. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Here's a live view of the storm over there. By the way, no tornado warnings currently. This is the storm over there near Duell and Hamlin counties in South Dakota, where we have that storm still in Watertown, now moving towards Castlewood and Clear Lake. It is still rotating, but not enough for a tornado warning at this point.
Let's see where we're at. We're about to cross 81. The base is looking good. Still looking good west of us. Clyde, thank you so much for your Venmo donation. Like I've got dirt and crap in my shorts.
Yeah, the storm that's moving out of Virginia Beach is getting a little bit weaker, but we still have a severe thunderstorm warning down here near Murfreesboro for the next 8 minutes or so. Our strongest storm on the board right now is the one that Brandon and Corey's on and these guys. So that's the one that we're going to kind of stick to for a little while, see if we get another big tornado out of it. It is possible. It is very possible. Go ahead, y'all.
Breaking news from the chat, Ryan. Your viewers on the ground in South Dakota are reporting the storm there now has 2 mesocyclones, so you might want to get your eyes on that. Also, the entire Twin Cities metro is getting extremely antsy, and if one more person named Joe asks about Ohio, I'm going to forecast a 100% chance of them needing a new hobby.
I feel like we've talked about Ohio as much as we could. We've got the flooding going on out there, and it's a result of non-severe storms. And those pulse storms that have led to the flooding are gone now. There's no storms right now. There's a couple over here in western Ohio, but nothing to worry about. Things are lighting up a little bit more in Kentucky over here near my neck of the woods. So yeah, flooding, that's going to be a problem tonight, potentially in Kentucky and West Virginia, but things are calming down in Ohio. Once again, if we're not talking about you, it's a good thing normally. But yeah, there's a couple different areas of rotation in this storm in South Dakota. I'm noticing, at least in the upper levels, there's a little bit more rotation coming together with this storm that's approaching Dawson. You see we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Chippewa and Laquis-Parle. I don't know if I said that right. But those counties in Minnesota, this one might have a tornado possibility to be concerned with as well as we go into the future. 21 minutes remain on that.
Is or not, but if it is, Garrett, congrats on your first solo tornado.
Thank you, but it is not actually my first solo tornado. I think I've gone like, I think the first one I did solo was here in Nebraska. The one that kind of had I'm trying to produce, and then it didn't want to, and then it dropped behind it. I was up like Columbus. It wasn't too far from Freddy's place.
Okay, well, I guess happy first Storm Runner 2.0 tornado.
Lelo says, phoned my family in southern Minneapolis. Thanks to this stream, y'all reliable. Thank you. Well, thank you for trusting us. Once again, we take this pretty seriously. So yeah, thank you for letting people know. The storm's getting closer to Minneapolis, by the way. Looks to me like the northern side of town's going to get hit hardest. Still can't see anything really on any of these traffic cameras. Lots of lightning. If you watch all of them at the same time, you'll see quite a few big flashes here. I think we're probably seeing the same flash, but you can see kind of the time differences. They're all, just a couple seconds off. And that's why the flashes are moving around like that. But anyways, that's what it looks like around Minneapolis as the storm comes in. And we've actually got a decent view now of what it looks like actually where the rain is falling, if that makes sense. So here's what it looks like in, this is near the enclave at Medina. So that's what it looks like on the ground as the severe storm moves into Minneapolis. Here's a better view of that. So the reason I like to show stuff like this is because this gives you an idea of what it's going to look like when it gets to you. So if you're in Minneapolis, if you're in the path of this severe thunderstorm, this is what it's going to look like outside when it gets to you. This camera is in the same area. It's over there at the Medina Golf and Country Club. And the winds that are here are moving to the south and east towards Plymouth and downtown Minneapolis.
I mean, there is a lot of dust, but did you use them at all while the tornado was down? freaking surging hard. Wait, what is that dust in front of you? Is that just inflow?
Yeah, so the winds look pretty intense out there. Once again, this is associated with the severe thunderstorm warning that's in Hennepin and Wright counties in Minnesota. And this is moving to the southeast at about 38 miles per hour. Tornado possible. Maximum winds up to 60 miles per hour. That looks pretty consistent with what we're seeing here.
I'm going to stop behind you.
I can turn my lights off then if you're behind me. Yeah, look in the rain. There's dropping rain currents in that little needle thing. That little lowering.
So our storm chasers are in the top row. Minneapolis is in the bottom two rows. The storm chasers are up on that storm in South Dakota. And then, you know, we're watching downtown Minneapolis for a strong storm that's coming in, potentially bringing about 60 mile per hour winds here soon. We currently have I repeat, no tornado warnings.
There we go. Oh, Mike died. Hopefully it wasn't down for long. I'm pretty sure mods would have told me if it was down for long.
All right, let's take a look at what the Storm Prediction Center is saying over here for southern portions of Minnesota. The severe threat is expected to develop eastward and southward across southern Minnesota over the next few hours. So we're just now starting to see the beginning stages of what will be our big wind event, I believe. That's going to continue to take place over portions of Minnesota tonight. So get ready for that. And also flash flooding. I think that's going to probably be a pretty big deal here as we get some training going on. Storms hitting the same areas over and over again. Here's what it looks like in Monticello, Minnesota from Jamie B. Here's another cool view from Citrus County, Florida. This is Eric. Some more ominous skies from Elizabeth City. This is Tommy in North Carolina. And then, wow, another shot of the flooding there in Lancaster, Ohio. Major flooding in Ohio today, thanks to the heavy tropical downpours that we've been having. No severe weather, really, but very heavy rain. Man, the National Weather Service just issued a special weather statement for Minneapolis. There's a chance that they'll just do that and not have a severe thunderstorm warning. But I'm telling you what, this looks like a severe thunderstorm to me. This right here, what we're watching, these winds this is exactly what's about to come through downtown Minneapolis. I mean, once again, it looks like a severe thunderstorm to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does that look like a severe thunderstorm or what? You know, sometimes they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll be like, what? This ain't even that bad. So I get it, you know, but like this one, if I had a storm like this hit and somebody told me that we was under a severe thunderstorm warning, I'd be like, yeah, of course we are. So once again, this is what's coming into downtown Minneapolis right now. This is what it looks like on radar.
It's definitely spinning up there, Connor. It's spinning good, too.
So some of the strongest winds are over here between Orono and Medina.
It's like fancy Zello. It's like Zello, but fancier. Built by Motor. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The inflow to it, I'd like for it to be a little warmer. It feels a little rain-cooled, but it's...
And then back there in South Dakota, Brandon's got a really nice view of an ominous cloud formation there. With our considerable severe thunderstorm that we've got going on right now. By the way, I'm hearing word from that big QLCS line that we're tracking up there in Canada. Radar is indicating up to 80 mile per hour winds on that line. So definitely a damaging line of storms moving through portions of Canada right now.
Garrett in front of us from Storm Runner. It feels a little cold, but it's definitely rotating in there.
By the way, in Cottington County, South Dakota, all the four-way stoplights are out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
At 19th Street and 1st Avenue and in Watertown. All right, Nebraska. Nebraska, a tornado warning has been issued in Nebraska. Let's go fly over to that real quick. National Weather Service has issued an observed tornado warning for Cherry County, Nebraska. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. This has got 27 minutes left on it. Thankfully, there are no people here. Hardly. Okay, we got 21 people in the polygon. Need to take shelter now if you happen to be one of those people. This is a dangerous storm for Cherry County, Nebraska. Okay, I can't tell much about it via radar. There's definitely some rotation there, but apparently weather spotters have confirmed a tornado down here in Cherry County, Nebraska. Take shelter now. Also, up here in southern portions of South Dakota, we got some big storms popping up, moving up towards Millboro and Winter. So we got lots of storms popping up in Nebraska, too. Our biggest severe thunderstorm warning right now happens to be the one down here in North Carolina, Moore and Richmond counties, down here near Seven Lakes. Get ready for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Winds probably stronger than this, or probably about as strong as what we're seeing here in Plymouth, Minnesota right now, where we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning, believe it or not.
Yeah, there's still plenty of inflow into it. I'll give it that. Like I said, I'm not fond of the...
That's right. Minneapolis, you got a big storm coming in. It's not severe warned, but it's still going to pack a punch with those strong winds. So get ready for that. And then this is that storm that is definitely severe warned. This is the one that Brandon is on. Up here in Cottington and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. This is warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is moving out of Watertown now, so things should start getting a little bit more calm in Watertown here soon. Is that a boat? That was a boat.
It's got a weird feeling to it right now. It really does. If I zoom out, oh, I can't zoom out. That is zoomed out. But over here, you guys look at that aqua-ish color. That's the back side of the hook right here. That's where rain and hail is getting pushed out. But our area of interest is right here.
You're listening into Brandon Kopic there a little bit. Back to Minnesota, where we've got our storm about to come into Minneapolis right now. It's weakened a little bit, but it's still strong. And it's moving into New Hope right now. We got a little bit of rotation here on the front end of this. There's this little bitty hook that's been quite persistent on the front side of this. It's not enough to warrant a tornado warning or anything like that, but still something to watch here as it goes into Crystal and Columbia Heights.
Turbulent. Yeah, I wouldn't say tornadic. It's getting there. Yeah, there definitely is. I thought somebody just walked up behind you. I was like, oh no.
I got a camera right under that hook, and there's not a lot going on there, so
I can't say it looks all that tornadic right now.
it's good. It's a good sign.
The full thing. Take it.
Yeah, so all the stuff I'm showing, this is what you can expect in downtown Minneapolis soon. I'm seeing some pretty strong winds move through here.
See over here, this
But we are not under a severe thunderstorm warning currently.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We did just get a new tornado warning in South Dakota, and that's for the storm that Brandon Kopic's on and all these guys.
So we're watching this area in between for any sort of tornadic development. Yeah, there definitely is.
So here you go. Tornado warning now in effect for Coddington and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. For 37 minutes. You can see the rotation picking back up here north and west of Castlewood. So Castlewood is included in this. We want to get indoors and away from windows. You want to take shelter underground, preferably. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We got 1,600 people in the path here. We've got front row seats to whatever happens. We've got 3 of the best storm chasers out there literally right on this thing. And if there's going to be a tornado here, we'll see it. And this is the storm that's in that, it's bathing in some significant tornado, ingredients. So I would not be surprised at all if we saw, or if we didn't see a tornado, or if we did see a tornado. Sorry. I got that all messed up, didn't I? Oh, Steph, do we have a shelf cloud? We got a shelf cloud at the weather house.
Isn't it nice? Aren't you so glad you got lights?
Can we see it? Oh, we can. Y'all, go over to the weather house camera on WeatherWise. And look at this chonker. It's about to hit us.
That's just so nice because it's basic without having to have like the full bar on, you know?
Yeah. My wife sent me a picture. She's like, I knew this wasn't a normal cloud when I called it a shelf cloud. But anyways, yeah, this is happening right now over here. The cool thing about this, real quick, radar 101, there's not a storm associated with it, but you see this little line here, this outflow boundary? A storm that did happen to our north is just pushing some cool air down. That's what's going on there. Very cool stuff. Definitely not nearly as strong of a storm as what's hitting Minneapolis right now. Here's what it looks like in Plymouth, Minnesota. Yeah, so if you come over to the WeatherWise app and you click the little pancake stacks and you turn has cams on, you'll see all kinds of tower cameras and stuff. And one of them's over here in eastern Kentucky. You click that, and you'll see the weather house camera. You'll see this big, nice shelf cloud coming over. That's also free. All right, so scan the code. Scan the code if you want WeatherWise. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Let's go back to our storm in Minneapolis that we're watching. I still can't believe that we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning on this. I mean, it's definitely not the worst storm ever, but it's certainly severe.
I hate when I sit somewhere too long. I need to get him to fix that. Yeah, this thing definitely looks good. It is looking healthy. It's getting more healthy. We're probably going to have to go a little bit further south.
Well, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the west of Minneapolis. Here we go in Carver, McLeod, and Meeker counties, Dassel and Cocado and Montrose. You guys are all now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 33 more minutes.
Probably on 450 and then go east on either 183 or 185.
So get indoors and away from windows. We got 30,000 people in that warning. Strongest winds right now are probably between Kingston and Dassel, moving towards Howard Lake and Stockholm. In my opinion, just from what I can tell from radar, there's stronger winds with the storm that's coming into Minneapolis right now. So if you're on the north side of town, New Hope, Columbia Heights, and places like that, you got to get ready for some potentially damaging winds here. I'm going to try to put us a couple more cameras up here.
After this car passes, I'm going to flip a U-E. I'm going to go south and then east.
You guys can watch the grid fill out as I do that. Yeah, so this is what it looks like out there right now near New Hope, Minnesota. This is coming up towards Columbia Heights, Roseville, downtown Minneapolis, and New Brighton. Get ready for it. Hey, there's about 100 of yous watching the Weather House camera now. You're about to miss the shelf. It's about to go out of view of the camera.
I'm actually going to keep going east. The rotation's rapid right here next to us. I'm going to keep going east at least a little bit, and then I'm going to go south coming up. It's definitely getting better up there, Chad. Like, this is the area of interest right there. Oh, I just yeeted my microphone, apparently. Apparently, it just decided to rejoin us.
Go ahead, y'all bot. What do you got?
All right, Ryan, quick update from your digital co-pilot. The entire Minneapolis Metro is officially in the chat, reporting house-shaking thunder and a ridiculous lightning show from Brooklyn Park to Woodbury. On a more serious note, we're hearing scanner reports of a possible touchdown in Kandiyohi County, and people are getting very concerned about the Wilmar area. And to Adam and Dayton, the entire stream is now emotionally invested in the safety of your tomato plants.
Y'allbot knows so much about what's going on. Half the stuff it says doesn't even make sense. I'm sure like that's taking place in the chat, but I've got no idea. By the way, they've got Minneapolis is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So downtown Minneapolis, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. 1.5 million people now getting in on some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is what it looks like out there in pretty much in downtown Minneapolis, just to the north of it. So we're going to continue to watch the storm come through here.
Looking due north of me, and there was no motion. I see it's over my left shoulder.
Back over in South Dakota, Brandon continues to have a good view of the tornado-warned storm back there. So we're going to watch him as well.
Definitely weird because it looks kind of like outflowing whale's mouthy, but then there's like a random like definitely not.
Yeah, that's what's been getting me off. Like, I don't get it. Sorry. It's just throwing me off because, like,
Looks like we might have lost power near Golden Valley. A lot of those cameras are down currently. But yeah, this is what it looks like in Minneapolis right now. So the strongest winds are currently over here between Plymouth and Brooklyn Park, moving down towards Roseville and St. Paul. Okay, so this is definitely going to knock out power in a couple different areas. So you're going to want to get ready for this.
over here in a minute and take a look behind me. I'm losing the area of interest. I can't see it that well. Well, we're probably going to have to get moving south anyway.
So yeah, most of these cameras are right there near New Hope, near Crystal, the North Memorial Medical Center. So everything that you're seeing here is pretty much going to be moving down towards St. Anthony West, St. Anthony, Columbia Heights, Falcon Heights, and all these places over the next couple of minutes.
Let's bring it to dust. 452nd Ave and drop south to 5.
I might just go south on 81 at this rate.
Oh, is this y'all bot? That's cool. Thank you for sending that in, Caitlin.
Still watching the area of
Yeah, if you're not, so people in the chat are saying nothing's happening in Minneapolis. Like, give it a couple seconds. If you're actually in downtown Minneapolis, it's going to take a second for it to get there, but it's going to hit all at once. It's going to look about like this. Up to 60-mile-per-hour winds are certainly going to be possible. Maybe a couple gusts even higher than that. Wouldn't be surprised at all. But this is definitely where the strongest part of the storm is happening right now, near New Hope. Now, there's certain places out here that might, like Shakopee, Eden Prairie, Prior Lake. I don't think that you guys are going to get hit at all, really. But we've got some really intense-looking gusts coming through Minneapolis, especially on the north side here. It's going to continue to move down towards St. Paul. That it's heading your way as well. Oh, no. Do you have people... We do. Is this what I think it is? People are blocking the road in the overpass? That is what's happening there, isn't it? Oh my goodness. How does this happen everywhere? Is this a common thing? This has been happening our whole lives? And nobody has been like, hey, like, let's not do that. That's crazy. Imagine being under the overpass and having like a million people like honking their horns behind you, and you're just like, you could pull forward, but you're just like, nah. There's some hail out there, so I'm not gonna get in it. Finders keepers. I found this overpass. That's plumb wild. Come on, Minneapolis. Oh, they're tuned in. They're listening. They're listening. They're moving. Thank you, guys. Somebody was tuned in. They was like, yeah, I'm just going to park right here in the middle of the road. We'll watch some Ryan Hall, y'all, while the storm rolls by. I'm glad I could clear that up. That's crazy. That is I just can't believe that that's something that happens. Yeah, it's clearing up now. Here's another look a little bit closer to downtown Minneapolis as the winds get closer. Once again, we're going to see potentially damaging winds move right into the Columbia Heights and downtown Minneapolis area here. If you haven't seen those winds start yet, they're going to very soon. This is what it looks like right now in the Columbia Heights area. Specifically, this is, I'm going to get really specific here. If you know where Columbia Heights welcomes you, if you know where that little thing is, right next to the Legends of Columbia Heights area near MPLS Make, that's where this camera is. So this pocket of heavy rain and strong winds is moving down towards St. Anthony, and then it's going to hit Roseville. Roseville, you're not getting anything right now, but you're about to get hit pretty hard by these damaging winds. I'm traffic camera chasing again. It's become one of my favorite pastimes.
I'm gonna try and find somewhere to pull off.
Yeah, I've been.
Yeah, the heaviest part of the storm right now is right over the Columbia Golf Course. That's where I think that we're probably seeing some damaging winds and maybe even the largest hail. If we're seeing any hail greater than 1 inch in diameter, that's where it's happening right now. Yeah, there's a couple places where we might have lost power here because I'm not getting anything. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we actually do have recorded hail in Minneapolis of 1.75 inches in diameter. So that severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that reason.
Okay, wow. Yeah, so we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Minneapolis. So let me show you the what that looks like on radar. Once again, it's mostly the northern side of town that's getting hit here. 1.75 inch hail, golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, considerable damage threat here as the storm comes in. Once again, the biggest part of it right now is happening between New Hope and Roseville. It's moving over towards St. Paul. Here's that report, 1.75 inches recorded here within the last little bit. And this is what that looks like on the ground. Just to give you a heads up, just to, kind of let you know what we're going to get in on here. If you're in Roseville, it's just about to start right now.
So I don't want to be right there, but maybe like here, perhaps? Pull off right here. Maybe if we can get a good enough view over by this mailbox. No, there's just too many trees. Connor, what's your vantage point like? I got too many trees over here.
Not great. A lot of hills. A lot of trees.
Go ahead, y'all bot.
Copy that. I'm gonna go further south then.
Hold on to your radar, Ryan. The chat is collectively losing its mind over the highway blocking party happening under that Robbinsdale overpass, and they're about to send in the underpass turkeys to sort it out. The other big story is the northern Minneapolis metro getting absolutely hammered, with tons of reports of hail, wild winds, and power outages popping up from Robbinsdale to Fridley.
Yeah, power outages, that's definitely happening. That's definitely happening. It's going to get worse. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so we may actually soon get a flash flood warning for Watertown, South Dakota, the town that we just were having all the tornadoes with earlier. There are several highways and roads in Watertown that are flooding, and vehicles are being stalled out on the roads right now. So we don't have a flash flood warning yet for Watertown, but that may be coming very soon given how many vehicles are stalling out and how many roads are flooding.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. Watertown, South Dakota, place that we've been talking about a lot today, might be getting a flash flood warning here soon because of how much this storm is just kind of parked here. And we talked about how, this looks like a flash flooding setup. We still have the risk for a tornado. We got a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning to the south of Watertown, but we've also just had a significant amount of waterfall in Watertown. Just as a result of the heavy rain. We're going to continue to have this problem tonight. I think places like Granite Falls, Montevideo, all the way over there to Minneapolis, honestly, need to be prepared for some sort of potential flooding tonight, as that same thing could happen just about anywhere with this kind of setup. Our most immediate concern is obviously going to be the damaging winds in Minneapolis, though, as we continue to see just pretty crazy looking stuff, honestly, through the traffic cameras. See, these people are pulled off on the side of the road. This is great. No problems with this. It's when you do it under an overpass and you block everybody from going by. That's when it is a little bit of a problem, I think. Dang, dude. This is a pretty intense storm going through Minneapolis right now. I'm having a hard time keeping up with where to put the camera, because there's so many good options here. There's quite a bit of wind happening, probably some damage happening right now between St. Anthony and the Francis Gross Golf Course. From what I can tell, that's where the strongest winds are happening right now. Things are starting to let up in Plymouth and New Hope and Brooklyn Park, and things will continue to get better there. But right now, the heaviest part of the storm is moving into Roseville. So get ready in Roseville.
All right, Chad, give me a second to get a little further out ahead of this, and I will pop open chat and answer any questions you guys may have.
We go south on 81. I just stopped to read it. Hold on. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna flip back around to 81. I think this thing's going majorly outflow, but
Go ahead, Y'allbot.
The intensity just ticked up to 91, Ryan, and it's not done climbing. The big story is Minneapolis getting absolutely hammered by a storm with spotter-confirmed golf ball-sized hail. That's a warning covering almost 1.5 million people. Meanwhile, a different supercell has a tornado warning on it in Hamlin County, South Dakota. I'm forecasting this whole situation gets worse before it gets better. Don't blink.
All right. Thank you, Y'allbot. That South Dakota warning, that was just allowed to expire, that tornado warning. The only tornado warning that we have currently, I believe, is the Nebraska one. Oh, not Nebraska. Sorry. It is the South Dakota one. Yeah, the Hamlin County, South Dakota remains under a tornado warning for 14 more minutes. My bad. This is what that storm looks like, by the way. Brandon Kopic's on it out there. We're still tracking it on radar. That's what it looks like on radar. Rotation's a little bit more broad. But we're going to continue to check back in on this as we, kind of focus on the Minneapolis storm. As soon as this is past Minneapolis, we're going to lose the ability to see it as well as this. I don't know what we've got going on here, but I just about bet there's an underpass under this camera. Or an overpass. Did I say underpass? Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Depends on where you are relative to the pass.
is there anybody behind me? No, there's not anybody behind me. Does look like it's moving generally southeast.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this traffic that we're seeing here might be caused by somebody blocking the road. So if you're tuned in, maybe just don't do that. Watch, now the traffic's going to start moving, and I will take credit.
Looks like it's got slightly more of an eastward component to it.
All right, let's go take a look at some of the stuff that we're getting in that you guys are sending in to pics, P-I-C-S, at ryanhallyall.com.
I'll take a video. Golly! Golly!
Golly. This is what it looks like in Minneapolis right now. It's from Mimi.
You got some high wind gusts here too.
You can hear some of the bigger ones hitting the window there. That's one of the reasons why we say stay away from windows. You get one of them golf balls that hits that thing at 60, 70 miles per hour, you might get some broken glass flying at you. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mimi, thanks for sending that in. Great video. Here's another one from Minneapolis. This is from Fitzy. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we got a big storm going through Minneapolis right now, and we're kind of locked in here as the storm goes through. Here's another one from Shakopee. From Mariah. Right before it came in. Actually, it hasn't even gotten to Shakopee yet, so you're going to have this calm before the storm for a little while. Checking back in on our traffic jam. It's still there. But it looks like things are moving a little bit. Here's some photos from Bear Lake, Minnesota. Matthew W's got an interesting photo from Martinsville, Virginia. 998 Millibar. Got a furry friend here watching out there. Thank you for tuning in. Here's some hail in Litchfield, Minnesota. That's some large hail. Oh. Yeah, it was the overpass. This is that camera that where we just saw the traffic jam. They've moved it. They panned it over to the overpass, and that's exactly what was happening. Can you guys believe this? We need I don't know, man. I got to know what it's like inside that car. The one in front. Hundreds of people behind you. You could just move and everybody could go home. But you are standing your ground. You're like, no, I'm not going to go out in this rain. I don't care how many people. It hurts. That is plumb wild. It looks like it's moving now, though. It's moving a little bit now. Oh, you know people are honking. It wouldn't surprise me if people are like bumping into each other a little bit, but they're like, no, I am not moving. Because you know that they're not like, they're probably not like evil people. They're not like, I'm doing this on purpose to ruin everybody's day. They probably are justifying it somehow. I would just like to hear that thought process, you know? How do I send in pictures? PICS, pics at ryanhallyall.com. PICS at ryanhallyall.com. Yeah, it's moving pretty good now. It's not blocked anymore. Just in time for the storm to let up. The storm's pretty much over in that part now. Let's check in on Copic. He's got a good view there. There's a weatherwise, a tempest, not weatherwise, a weather flow tempest. That's cool. He must have installed that recently. I don't think that was there in the last stream. All right, so moving a little bit farther to the east here, this is what it looks like near Maplewood. Okay, so our storm is getting closer to Maplewood, and this is what it looks like out there. And if it's not looking like this in your part of Maplewood yet, it's about to. Okay, So get indoors and away from windows if you haven't already. I would say that we're about to have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued, maybe for Inner Grove Heights, Woodbury. Oh, well, there it went, actually. Yeah, we've got more of this area under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Another 700,000 people in Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, and Washington counties in Minnesota are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And this is what it looks like out there as the storm comes through. Major winds here. 60, 70 mile per hour winds are going to continue to be possible as it goes over towards Stillwater and Hudson. It's riding Interstate 94. Get ready in Kinnickinnick. It's coming for you. This is coming for you. And this, once again, here's the hail out there in Litchfield, Minnesota. Here's a video from Brian. Nice setup. Nice setup. Let's go. This guy's not scared, prepared. Minneapolis, Brian, another shot. Thank you. Wow. St. Louis Park, Minnesota. That looks ominous. Tesla T in Roseville, Minnesota. How about you in St. Michael, Minnesota? These are great photos. Thank you guys so much for sending this stuff in. This is a big one. Downtown Minneapolis. Cheryl is sending us a photo as this was before the storm hit. Now it's getting past downtown and it's moving over towards places like Maplewood, which is what we're seeing here. Still just as significant, in my opinion. Like, they don't have the considerable tag on this anymore, but I'm telling you, it looks just as bad. I think that traffic cameras need to become a part of the warning criteria. Because honestly, like, sometimes I can tell stuff about a storm that I would never be able to tell just from looking at the radar by looking at some of these traffic cameras. Sometimes a storm will look absolutely crazy, but in reality, on the ground, you can just tell that it's not that bad. And sometimes it's the other way around. Honestly, I think from what we're seeing on these traffic cameras, the storm that's going through Minneapolis right now is worse than what it looks like on radar. Good news is we're not seeing any, overpasses or underpasses blocked. Maple Grove, we had lightning strike a house and start a fire. So lightning striking houses and starting fires out there too. So this is an intense storm moving through the Minneapolis area right now. Hey Ray, thanks for sending this in. Look at here, you got me. And you got little me. You got one. You got a bobblehead. Thanks for the support, Ray. Another view from Plymouth, New Hope, Minnesota, of some crazy motion in the clouds there as it was approaching. I think we might have lost power in Maplewood because all of our traffic cameras just paused all at once. Every single one of them.
Not too long after that, I would start going north before there's flash flooding problems. Because it's really just
Maplewood all the way down to St. Paul. I think we just lost power. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Blue Collar, for sending that in. Here's another video. This is a time lapse. Yeah, the power. Okay, power's out in Maplewood.
Oh yeah, definitely. Once you get north of Watertown, nothing else should be fine. Okay. It's just a few little cells, but if you feel confident enough to get up to Watertown from here, then you'd be fine. I think it's warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds right
So yeah, all the cameras that we were just looking at were in this corridor, and we no longer have access to these cameras now. And that part of the storm is moving east. All right, so this is going to be moving towards Woodbury, Hudson, and Stillwater over the next little bit. And by the way, Minneapolis, don't let your guard down. Another storm's on the way. It's not. We've got another storm coming right after this one, so it's going to be a long night of storminess out here in the Minneapolis area, unfortunately. Let's tune in to Brandon here, see what's going on back with that storm in South Dakota.
west that is. But if you just go a little bit west, you'll be out of this. I mean, it's out of your way, but it would probably save you the time of having to wait. If you go over to like Bryant and then north, that's about 15, 20 miles. If you go due west to Bryant and then go straight north out of there, and you won't even touch the rain. Oh, okay. So if you want to do that, that'd probably save you more time than having to go through. But yeah, it does look like it's going. Okay.
So it's straight west here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find anything. With working cameras. So here's an update on that warning from, Minneapolis, or for the Minneapolis area. Downtown, it's past you now, okay? But we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for St. Paul. The biggest part of the storm is still, just now moving into St. Paul. Unfortunately, all of our traffic cameras are down in that area. I don't know if we've got a long-standing power outage happening or what, but they're all gone. We did just get a hail report, 1.75 inches out there just to the north and west of St. Paul. So that's why we've got a considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning that's going to continue for 29 more minutes out here. Get ready in Woodbury, Cottage Grove, Hudson, and Stillwater. It's all coming towards you right now. About 1 million people are in that one. We've got places like the Minneapolis International Airport in there, obviously. We've got the Beaver Lakes Mobile Home Park, huge mobile home park out there. The CHS Field and the Afton State Park Backcountry Campground. Get ready for those golf ball size hailstones and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's check in on North Carolina real quick because we do have a warning down here as well in Chatham and Lee and Moore counties. That's going to go on for 43 more minutes. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds down here. And for all of my folks who are watching in Montana, up here in Glacier County, Montana, I know we got a huge base in Glacier County, Montana. Get ready for 1.5-inch hail. One of these storms that have went rogue up here in Canada has crossed the border. And it's coming down towards Sunburst, Montana. Get ready. We've got about 800 people in the path of that one. New severe thunderstorm warning for Minneota and Marshall. That's in Lincoln and Lyon counties in Minnesota. That's going to be for this big line of storms up here between Canby and Montevideo, moving down towards Granite Falls and Marshall. 21,000 people are in that one. So we currently have no tornado warnings, but we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings right now, including this one over here in Minneapolis, which is the one that we've kind of been locked in on, right? Because it is so intense. All right, let me try to fill. Oh, you know what? I want y'all bot. Pick our best cameras right now. Go. Oh, Oh, it's getting better, man. It gets better every day. Good. That's crazy that with one click of a button, it can sift through 30,000 cameras and do that. So it's always fun to try out. Ever heard of Skynet? Yeah, it's pretty much y'all about, ain't it? Hey, check it out. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Owyhee County, Idaho, and Malheur County, Oregon. Big base out here. I know everybody, all 830 people in this warning are likely watching right now out there near the Board Coral Mountain. So y'all get ready out here in Oregon for this severe thunderstorm. Man, things are active all over the place. We got storms popping up in Idaho, Oregon. We've got storms in Florida, down here in Sarasota County, Florida. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for about 10 more minutes. I wonder what that one looks like. Ooh, I've got to pick one of these great cameras that y'all bots picked here to get rid of and replace it with Florida camera here. Oh, well, look, I'm terrible at this. This is what I picked. We're just going to let y'all bot do it from now on, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's what it looks like in Florida right now. As our severe thunderstorm rolls through. Where else do we have severe thunderstorms right now? Montana, Minnesota, of course. They're all over Minnesota and North Carolina. We've already checked on Chatham and Lee counties, but that's going to go on for 39 more minutes. And let's go back to South Dakota, though, and check in on this severe thunderstorm with the very impressive, I should say, hail core on it. We've got 1.75 inch hail moving down into Castlewood, so get ready for that.
I mean, they still got it warned for golf balls, but honestly, well, you're in Clear Lake, so.
Yeah, Hutchinson, you guys are about to get in on it. The Minneapolis storm is still going on. It's out of downtown Minneapolis now. It's moving more into Woodbury and Stillwater. And I still don't have any working. I've got some working cameras now.
Yeah, but it was shifting south. I'm like, dude, I'd be worried about the time to get back in the car, or if the winds stop the door.
Not many, but a couple. Once again, this is what it looks like in Florida out there in Sarasota County, where we got a severe thunderstorm warning.
That's what I think it was the ghost train.
And this is what it looks like up there in South Dakota in front of that big storm that we've been tracking out there. All right, let's go back to some of these viewer submissions here. Wow. Why does that hail look weird? This is in Roseville, up there near Minneapolis. See that? There's lots of air bubbles in there. That's kind of cool. And that's probably one of the bigger stones that we've seen a picture of. Big time tree down there in North Minneapolis. That's once again, it takes very powerful winds to do this, y'all. Molly, thanks for sending that in. Here's a look from Egan, Minnesota, as the storms were coming in. That's from Emily. I think I'm saying that right. Looks like that's what it is. Kyle H. Incredible shots of lightning. A big old bucket of hail. From Jackie M. That's in Plymouth, Minnesota. Look at that one. I love it when you can see the layers like that.
Yeah, I was in the RFD. It was wrapping around it.
You've heard people talk about the, sometimes there can be, when you cut down a tree or something, you can see like the rings in the tree. And that kind of can tell a little bit of a story about the tree's history and Each ring represents a period of time where the tree was like growing. Same thing can be said for these hailstones. The hailstones start off as little particles of dust or whatever, little raindrops essentially that freeze, and then they fall out of the cold part of the cloud into a more warm part of the cloud and gather more raindrops. More water kind of compiles onto that little bitty tiny piece of ice. And then the updraft, the part of the storm that keeps it going, pushes the frozen piece of ice with the new water droplets on it back up into the cold part of the storm, and it refreezes, and now you've got a new layer. And then it falls again, it gets more water on it, it gets pushed back up, it freezes again. This can happen a lot of times. It depends on how strong the updraft is and how heavy the hailstone is. But eventually, gravity wins and it goes all the way to the ground, and sometimes you can see that whole process there when the hailstones look like this.
I just got to roll out in a minute. Here, hold on. I got it. You ready? Was great meeting you. Be safe. Thanks. All right, we got to get north and east here.
Here's some more. Hail, this is Minneapolis. That's Matthew. Enhanced risk continues there from the Storm Prediction Center. So we're going to continue to have storms in that orange area, especially tonight. It's been pretty eventful so far, but nothing crazy. Well, actually, I take that back. The beginning of the stream was absolutely crazy. that tornado, thankfully, didn't hit much. It did completely destroy some structures, and I hate saying that. Thankfully, it didn't do this or that, but like it could have been so much worse, I guess, is what I'm trying to say whenever I say those kinds of things, because it was just about to do that same thing in the town of Watertown, South Dakota. Which would have been a devastating situation. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas just south of Shakopee. So get ready out here. Back on it. In Carver, Scott, and Sibley counties in Minnesota, we've got ourselves a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next hour.
All right, so we're going to get back out ahead of this again. But
That includes Elko, New Market.
Dominant right now. It is turning quickly into a wind bag.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all bot.
Pause the GFS run real quick, Ryan. Well, you've apparently knocked the power out across the Twin Cities suburbs like Maplewood and Stillwater. The entire state of Kentucky has shown up demanding to know when their turn is. Also, the good people of Oregon would like you to know that Malheur is pronounced Malheur.
Thank you.
Do that tomorrow before the chase.
Thank you, good people of Oregon.
Smoosh that like and notification button as well as
Chris and C, thank you so much for this. What is this from a drone?
I'll figure it out. It's just not the way, it's not like in the way that it was when I knew it before we switched it.
Because we will be live again tomorrow too.
Is this from a drone, right?
But we're still chasing.
Well, thank you, Kristen, for sending these in. Just past the airport there as the storms were coming in earlier.
Kind of get some sort of airflow over there.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so this is an area we've not actually talked about today, but El Paso, Texas is currently under a flash flood warning, and that flash flood warning includes 300,000 people. So just wanted to bring that up on stream. If you are in those flash flood warnings, please get to higher ground.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Elijah. So now we've got flash flood warnings in Texas on top of everything else that's going on, which is a lot. We still got a weather intensity score that's up in the 80s.
I did Ben text you. I ran into him at the gas station.
Yeah, he did.
I'm hearing thunder again. We're about to get a pretty good storm over here in my neck of the woods. By the way, Y'allbot said there's people demanding information in Kentucky. I'm assuming a lot of people in Kentucky are hearing thunder right now, and that's why you guys are concerned. Am I right? Well, we've got some decent storms. We got a little storm that's about to come down into Pikeville. It's nothing crazy. It's not severe or anything. The strongest storm in Kentucky right now is probably this one that's about to come into Lexington. It just came through Frankfort, and we're talking about 40-mile-per-hour winds, maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds if it gets stronger. So that's what's going on out here in Kentucky. And probably the second strongest storm is the one down here near Hazard. So we'll watch them. We'll see if there's some flooding that happens. That's probably would be the worst thing that we could get out of this stuff. But so far, nothing, terrible to be too concerned about here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for areas south and west of Raleigh. All right, real quick, while I've got it open, people are always asking me to do a tutorial on, like, how do I use WeatherWise? And hopefully it's pretty easy for you to figure out. But now's your chance. Ask me a question, anything that you've been wanting to know how to do in WeatherWise, and I'll go over it right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
As we cover this new tornado warning, which just came out. And by the way, it's for the storm that we've been tracking with the tornado warning over here between Castlewood and Esteline. Rotation is picking back up a little bit over here between Dempster and Castlewood. Brandon Kopic's on it. This is his live location, okay? And he's going to be showing us that storm as it comes in. Big time winds on that for sure. How do I get cameras to work? Cameras, so if you come over here to the pancake stacks, you'll turn on Hazcams, you'll turn on storm chasers, and that will get, like Brandon's feed to work. If you want to watch Brandon, you can pull him up here, you can mute him, you can pull him off to the side, you can watch him, and then you can also pull up Corey, you can mute him. Actually, his feed's down right now, but he'll be back up. And then if, let's say that you want to watch the Weather House camera, you can pull that up, and you can watch that as well. The Hazcams is a little bit different than the Storm Chasers. There's more Storm Chasers that are coming on, that'll be a part of this soon. Now, we don't have the traffic cameras in there. That's something that I've done on my own. And I don't know like how that'll work. I don't know if those will be in the WeatherWise app. We've got to, like, that's going to take a lot of work. We've got to work with the people that do the traffic cameras, because if we're, sending thousands of people, that might overload the servers, or even if we're going to host them ourselves, it's a long conversation. The traffic cameras it's something that I built on top of my own program. But that's how you get the chaser cameras and the majority of the tower cameras that I use on WeatherWise. I don't have a pancake stack on my. Okay, if you open your phone, let me see where the pancake stack is on my phone. It might be different in a web browser, which, by the way, you can use this in a web browser. Okay, the pancake stack on your phone is on the bottom. It's on the bottom. So it's in the bottom right of your phone. So there's just the yellow circle with the 3 blue lines. You click that, and you'll see Storm Chasers and Hazcams. Make sure those are checked on, and you'll see the cameras. There's 224 of you watching Brandon's feed right now, so I know that's, a lot of people are in here and it's working.
There's my AT&T phone 5 minutes late as usual.
By the way, if you want to download it, if you haven't downloaded it yet, just scan this QR code.
Visually speaking, I don't think it's gonna produce. They didn't tornado warn it, but visually it looks very outflow dominant.
What does tilt do on reflectivity? So if you are on the WeatherWise site and you're, analyzing this storm, and you go up here and you do tilt and you increase the tilt, you automatically start off on like the lowest tilt, right? So it's probably going to be something like 0.5, sometimes it's 0.2. But if you go up to 0.9, you're looking a little bit higher up into the atmosphere. That's all. Whenever the radar scans, it scans at different heights. The beam is at different heights, and you can like look up into the storm a little bit if you increase the tilt. So that's sometimes useful, especially when you're looking at velocity. If you're trying to see if there's an upper level mesocyclone, like there's actually a significant amount of spin in this storm here, as seen by the velocity showing inbound and outbound winds really close to each other. But that's way up in the storm. That's thousands and thousands of feet up. But sometimes that can be one of the first signs that, something like this might translate down towards the surface. So it's something that we look at quite often. And Brandon's pointing at that part of the storm right now, and it actually kind of looks a little sus. It looks like something that we've definitely got to keep an eye on. I wouldn't be surprised if this part of the storm produced a tornado at some point. How do you toggle dark mode? That's a good question. I actually don't remember, but I'm going to figure it out with you right now. I think you go to the WeatherWise menu. So up here on the top bar, you hit WeatherWise, and you go to My Preferences. Yeah, dark mode on or off. I don't know how anybody uses non-dark mode. I will not use an app if it doesn't have dark mode. Everything has to be dark mode. I don't know why. Light mode makes me angry.
A lot of rising scud, but nothing too much, honestly.
That's a little intense. Maybe not angry, but like I can't stand it. Like I can hardly last about 2 minutes inside of a Google Doc. Oh man, we just had a big clap of thunder here.
All right, Chad. So at least right now, we are still at it. So we're watching it closely behind us.
Yeah. So if you're just now tuning in, we are tracking a tornado warning over here in South Dakota. And we're going to continue to watch this move off to the south and east towards Esteline and Brant. Take shelter now if you're in Dual or Hamlin counties. Storm Runner Media's got a good view here of what might be a funnel.
Not from my vantage point.
Goodness me, I'm yawning. BDS Sean.
Or the beginning stages of what might be. The rotation looks a lot better on radar now than it did earlier. So the storm's definitely coming back together. Big flash flood warning in Minnesota. Got about 600,000 people under this flash flood warning out here from St. Paul up to Stillwater. Streets flooding in Roseville, Minnesota. So the good news is that the rain is coming to an end in the northern side, but I actually see some back building and some training happening, especially back here towards St. Paul, between Morris Park and Southeast Landfall. This area is going to continue to see some really heavy rain. One of the cool products that you can access on weather-wise is if you come over here, you can actually load up the calculated 1 hour storm precipitation accumulation, and you can kind of see how much rain has fallen. It's an estimate. It's a pretty good estimate over the last hour. And in just 1 hour, we had about 1.5 inches of rain here just north of St. Paul. But look up here, 1.8 inches, some areas close to 2 inches of rain in 1 hour have fallen up here between White Bear Township and Stillwater. Now down here where we're having that training, thankfully, this is where some of the least concerning returns are. But if we have a downpour kind of hit this area for the next hour or so, it will probably be over 1 inch or 2 down here too, and that will cause flash flooding. All right, our lowering is getting lower with our South Dakota storm, so we might have to watch this for the real chance of a new tornado here soon. And we do have a tornado warning for this area, so we're watching it closely. 2 inches is a lot. Yeah, 2 inches in 1 hour is a whole lot. Look at the lightning activity on that too.
Thanks. I don't think we're bothering with this much longer anyway, so.
Hey, check it out. Ray sent in a photo on X of us tracking the weather here, and Ray's got the Ryan Hall y'all bobblehead, the exclusive. Not many people have this. Like, I think maybe 500. So that's awesome. And then the y'all bought pillow as well. Ray, you've got the whole daggone thing, man. Thank you for all the support. Seriously.
Because what you see there, guys, is you see like what looks like a wall cloud, right? But what you're seeing right here is the whale's mouth. That indicates outflow. Really pretty much stable air.
Oh my gosh, I just realized one of the comments I responded to was a joke. Here's another shot from River Falls, Wisconsin. A big storm. Steffi's got a good shot of that shelf cloud coming into Litchfield, Minnesota earlier. And there's another y'all bought pillow in the wild. How many of you guys have these? We've got them. My kids, they love them, so we've got them scattered all over the place.
All right, so this is Wright County in Minnesota. St. Michael, Albertville. We're under a tornado warning. So that's Interstate 94. So like St. Cloud is that way, off to the west, and then Minneapolis is that way, eastbound. I mean, it doesn't look too bad, but you can definitely feel it out here. It's like something's definitely brewing.
Hey, Andrea, thank you so much for that. That's from Wright County, Minnesota. And by the way, I highly encourage the commentary. That's cool. Thank you for doing that. The text message that came along with this is a tornado warning in Wright County, Minnesota. Shout out to Ryan Hall. I saw Coldplay last Saturday in Madison and thought of you. 10th time seeing them live. Always a good time. 10th time. That's awesome. Holy smokes. Yeah, we had a whole thing about the Coldplay concert during the live stream because you guys thought I was serious when I said they were a metal band. And I guess I just seemed like the kind of person that would never say anything unserious because a lot of people took it very seriously and thought that I was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in making if you get shot, you got a good shot.
And a decent one. It wasn't like I was within like 2 miles of the both of you. It was.
I was like happy to be.
So yeah, big time flash flood situation. Trying to unfold here in Minneapolis. If we get too many more storms, it's I mean, look at all this stuff back here. There's some training. You guys want to take a look at the future radar real quick?
I kept getting closer, and I was watching it. I knew
The good old HRRR.
But I think just how violent it looked kind of freaked him out. Because I wasn't to a point.
Let's see what is going to go on later tonight. Let's look at the 0Z HRRR. And I'll look at I'll try to look at everything, but let's start with our big cluster of storms up here. All right, so this is what the radar, this is what the radar could look like later tonight, maybe in an hour or two. Big time line of storms, mesoscale, like a huge squall line of storms racing across central and southern portions of Minnesota. We expect that to continue to happen. And it could be the case that it is still raining in Minneapolis at this time. It also could be the case that it's still raining back here towards Castlewood and Clear Lake. So if it actually takes that long for this to get some motion on it and start moving off to the south, we're going to have a big time flash flooding problem for our friends in the middle there. The storm's also going to continue to be strong and potentially damaging as it goes into places like Owatonna, Red Wing, and Fairmont. This is still showing a very severe damaging line of storms at midnight tonight. And then moving right along, we've got damaging winds maybe making it all the way down there to Des Moines by 5 a.m. So this is going to be a thing that is impacting a lot of people all night. It's not going to fall apart really until it gets into Missouri, potentially around 7 a.m. So that's crazy. The crazier part is we're going to be dealing with a similar thing tomorrow. We've got another area of storms that's going to try to pop up over here in Montana and North Dakota around noon. Those are going to get organized and turn into another huge line of storms here in South Dakota. But watch what happens here around 6, 7 p.m. This crosses over into Minnesota, and we get a... That is crazy. That is something you don't see every day. We don't want to take this as gospel or anything. This is the HRRR. It's probably not going to look like this, but the bow echo of all bow echoes is potentially on the table for the Minneapolis area tomorrow. Holy smokes. You guys ever seen anything like that on the HRRR? If something like that were to happen, that'd be pretty bad. But here's the thing. We are going to have this big line of storms. We're going to have this crazy atmosphere out in front of it. The Cape is going to be out the wazoo. And it is very possible that we see a huge MCS. What this is suggesting is maybe even a derecho of sorts. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, and we'll be here if that does happen. But hopefully we don't have anything too terrible. But very similar to today, it's going to continue into the overnight hours and fizzle out in the morning. So that's what we're dealing with tomorrow out there. I don't think really anywhere else has too much to worry about. Like we're going to have a bunch of pulse storms across the southeast tomorrow, like always. But yeah, all eyes are on the Minneapolis area for the next 48 or 36 hours or so. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe we might end up going. There's a good chance we'll go live again tomorrow. If something like that happens, we will be live for sure. Ryan, please go live tomorrow for Minnesota. Like I said, if we need to, like the thing about the HRRR is a lot of times it's just wrong. So like if we actually don't have a system like that sets up, we probably won't go live. I don't want to send out notifications to 1 million people or 3 million people for something that's not too bad that you shouldn't worry about. You know what I mean? But if we need to be here, we will. I promise. All right, y'all bot has been screaming at me. Wants to say something. Go ahead.
You want the situation? South Dakota is getting the ugliest part with a fresh tornado warning over Duell and Hamlin counties for radar-indicated rotation. While you're watching that, St. Paul is dealing with flash floods and stalled cars, and an actual house in Corcoran, Minnesota was struck by lightning and caught fire. The WIS is sitting at a kinda spicy 83.5. It's gonna wobble a bit as warnings expire and refire. I'll keep tracking it, since someone around here needs to.
What? It's being a little bit too mean to me today. Y'all like, come on now. I did nothing wrong. What the heck was that? New NATO cast. Big time 5% area out there on the experimental NATO cast model. We're going to continue to watch this area. Crazy shelf cloud there in Darwin, Minnesota. This is from TJ. Thanks for sending that in. Also some Mamatis clouds there. Bloomington, Minnesota, about a half hour ago. Scattered debris here. Lots of tree limbs down, I can see. Allison's got a great photo of some clouds there in Fort Madison, Iowa. You can see the pretty big storm that we had down there a little bit earlier. We had that severe thunderstorm warning. Allison, thanks for sending that in. Another plane video. Okay, there's no location, but this is lightning from a plane. Eric, thanks for sending this in. Starting them off young over there. Lucy is only 5 months old, and she's already completely tuned in to Ryan Hall, y'all, just like her parents. Lucy, thank y'all for tuning in. That's awesome. Pink Lady, thank you. Here's another one from Stillwater, Minnesota. Big storm going through there. Steffi in central Minneapolis earlier with the big shelf cloud. And here's another one. Sam, this is Sam right here. I've said it before. I think the reason, like, cats are often very interested in this stream, and I think it's this. I think it's the cursor moving around. It's kind of like if you got a laser pointer and you point it at the wall and they want to chase it, like that. That's what that is. Yeah, I think that's all right. I think that's good, Jared. Tornado warning is continuing up here near Clear Lake for 21 more minutes at least.
Ryan, got one for you out in Toole County, Montana. We just got a public report of some quarter-sized hail coming down about 8 minutes ago, just north of Sunburst.
All right. I just saw a big lightning flash here on one of our outdoor cameras here at the Weather House. So we're about to get a little storm here in good old Pikeville, Kentucky. All right, let's go through all these storms one by one. Tornado warning continues for 20 minutes over here for Duell and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. All right, that includes the town of Esteline, and that's kind of our biggest concern right now. The rotation is not as bad as it was earlier, but it's still something that we're watching. Also, the surrounding areas are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the next 5 minutes. We're talking about Coddington, Duell, and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. But this is going to move off to the south a little bit. Brant, Hendricks, you guys are next in line. Golf ball size hail. Get ready for it. In Minnesota, Scott County, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning continuing over here. Elko, New Market, get ready for those 1-inch hailstones over the next 20 minutes. Minneapolis, we're not under any warning right now other than a flash flood warning. And we do, unfortunately, have more rain on the way. So flooding could potentially get worse here before it gets better. Let's go to North Carolina, where we've got a couple minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning in Lee and Moore counties. And then in Nevada, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Lyon and Story counties. Look at this. This is between Virginia City and Stagecoach. We've got a radar indicated 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind maker out here on Highway 50, north and east of Carson City. South Dakota, big time, considerable severe. And then in Idaho and Oregon, we got a couple minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning over here. So main focus is going to remain the tornado warning for the next little bit. All right, here's what's happening out there in El Paso. Rainfall rates are decreasing across the area. However, flooding is currently ongoing. Yeah, it looks like some pretty significant flooding there in Texas. This is associated with the flash flood warning that Elijah came through and told us about earlier. The image was taken at I-10. The Texas DOT camera at I-10 and Pedras. So that's some pretty intense flooding there. This whole area right here is kind of underwater. New severe thunderstorm warning for Wheatland County, Montana. Ryan, what's your prediction for this storm going all the way to Des Moines? I think there's a good chance that it'll hit Des Moines early in the morning. I don't think that there's anything for you to be worried about. I think that it'll be a strong storm and it'll have the potential to have damaging winds, but it's nothing that you haven't seen before in Des Moines. You know what I'm saying? Like, this will be a very typical MCS situation for Des Moines, and it'll be a lot weaker when it gets there versus, how strong it is right now. Ryan just got roasted by y'all. But it happens every stream. Normally, not that bad. Like, that felt personal. Top observational report is earlier. A house caught on fire caused by a lightning strike. That was in Corcoran, 2 miles east-southeast of Corcoran, Minnesota. 3 miles southwest of Fort Bliss, Texas. That's where that flooding is happening. That's the picture that we just showed. And then 5 miles southwest of Fort Bliss, Texas, El Paso OEM reported flooding at Wyoming and Kansas. Google shows road closures and stopped traffic. Top priority warning right now is the tornado warning in Dual and Hamlin counties in South Dakota that's going to continue for 14 more minutes. Corkin? Did I say? That's what I said. Top hailstone so far today has been at the airport there in Watertown, South Dakota, 2.75 inch in diameter. That's a big one. That's much bigger than the second biggest hailstone that we've heard about today. Spotter says traffic backs up in Minneapolis, St. Paul. That's nothing new. Even happens on a sunny day. So people just park under overpasses for fun on sunny days. That's normal in Minneapolis, and they hold up traffic. I don't think so. I think you might have misunderstood what we were talking about there. "13 minutes remain on that tornado warning in South Dakota." That's the only tornado warning that we have left. Outside of that, we've got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. None of them have the considerable tag. All of these are regular severe thunderstorm warnings. The one in Coddington and Dual, counties in South Dakota, the one that surrounds the tornado warning, does have a tornado possible tag. So there's that. Have you ever lost power during a live stream? Yeah. And we didn't. The last time it happened, we didn't have a backup generator. Now we do. Since I got this generator, I got a generator, a really good one. we haven't lost power, and the funny thing is, we probably would never will ever again because we have the generator now. Look at this tree. This is from Matt P. in London, Minnesota. Big one down. Once again, it takes powerful winds to make this happen. Those winds are thankfully no longer a problem in the Minneapolis area, but we're still watching some serious weather up here, especially south of town. Elko, New Market, we've got a decent storm coming in. There's a little bit of rotation here. I know some people are seeing this and thinking it's a big hook. That's not. I'm not too concerned about the tornado probabilities here, but definitely keep an eye on it. Get indoors, away from windows in Elko, New Market. The heaviest part of this storm, the strongest part of the storm, is going to be up here near Lydia, moving over towards Credit River. That's where we got the hail and the stronger winds. And that's what's coming through into Lakeville here soon. Downtown Minneapolis, the storm's pretty much over for you. Over here in Kinnickinnick in Wisconsin, you guys are getting the leftovers of the storm that just hit Minneapolis, and it has weakened a lot. So hopefully that will continue to be the case. No more tornado warning. We now have no tornado warnings anymore. We do have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. Yeah, Brandon's still on probably one of the stronger parts of the storm here.
Yep, that's 16. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's the whiz right now? Right now, we're way down at 55.
See, crankshaft, it's a lot easier to do it without a radio. Ooh, that was a good gust. Here comes some hail. And I just lost data.
Yeah, this is over here in the severe thunderstorm that has got the tornado possible tag between Castlewood and Brant.
Free car wash Indy right now. Then you can't get.
Yeah, the lightning's pretty crazy.
If it does glitch again.
Yeah, weather intensity score is way down at 55 right now. And it's projected to continue to go down. We're going to continue to have some pretty intense storms tonight. It's going to continue to be the case for probably into the early morning hours, to be honest with you. So that's just something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we go forward. I don't know. Lots of people are asking about, like deeper into Wisconsin and, down into Iowa. I don't know when the storms will get below severe limits, but I expect severe thunderstorm warnings and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings all the way past 3 a.m. Probably a couple tornado warnings as well. $80,000 people without power now. Yeah, we got lots of storms in Minnesota. Most of these right now are below severe limits. But what's probably going to happen is we'll at some point get a more kind of solidified. We'll see a line of storms that's pretty strong. I wouldn't be surprised if we got damage reports out of Fairmont, Worthington, and Owatonna later tonight. As once this thing picks up some speed and really starts moving down to the south, we'll see some wind damage reports for sure. But right now, things are honestly pretty calm relative to what we're normally live for. Here's the look at the weather intensity score, currently at 54. And the projection is for it to go all the way down, potentially close to like less than 10 over the next 30 minutes. So that's pretty dramatic, but still. The odds of us going live tomorrow, right now, not like incredibly high, but based off of the HRRR and everything else that we're seeing, I think that it's very possible that we'll see an enhanced risk tomorrow, and then we'll probably be on standby mode, and we'll end up going live. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Chesterfield County, South Carolina. So that's going to be for 21,000 people between Cadar and Chesterfield, Pageland. Get ready out there for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, Brule County, South Dakota. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a big storm back here that's formed north of Interstate 90. Oh, man. Coppock's going through one of these underpasses.
What's happening right now? Or shall meet you.
It's even happening in South Dakota, man.
From rain.
What parameters make a storm severe or not? Technically, it's supposed to be if, and I could be off by like a couple of miles per hour here. I believe it's like 55, 57 miles per hour or something like that. If the winds are above, pretty much if the winds are about 60 miles an hour, you're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. Or if they're expected to be gusting around, 55 to 60 miles per hour, you'll get a severe thunderstorm warning. Anything larger than quarter-size hail, and then that's pretty much it. They don't issue a severe thunderstorm warning usually for heavy rain, but I know a lot of times, at least in my life, I've been under a severe thunderstorm warning, and all it was heavy rain. So the criteria comes from radar indication most of the time, and sometimes the radar it'll show something that looks like there's going to be quarter-size hail, but there's not. Sometimes it's underestimates. So we're far away from having the perfect technology to know exactly what's going on. But I'm telling you, I'm all for more traffic cameras. The traffic cameras have been like a big help for us to be able to tell what's going on. Obviously, because there's more traffic cameras than storm chasers and stuff like that. But like, man, you can tell a lot if you got a traffic camera in the middle of a storm that you sometimes can't tell by looking at the radar. We are continuing to hear flooding reports out of the Watertown area in South Dakota. And unfortunately, here is another place where we're continuing to have big time flooding problems and more rains coming in. So we got all these storms kind of building back here between Raymond and Clark. So major flooding concerns out there in Watertown as the storm moves through. But there is no flash flood warning right now for Watertown. I'm just now realizing that. There probably should be. We're definitely hearing some reports, lots of reports of flooding going on right now. So, and more rain is on the way. That's pretty concerning. Tatted Hawk says the HRRR for tomorrow is concerning. I agree. If we get anything even remotely close to that, it's going to be crazy. Y'allbot wants to talk. Let's hear it, Y'allbot.
Look, the situation is the party's over. The WIS is a meh 55, and my forecast says it's about to completely tank as the last warnings expire. Yeah, Minneapolis got hit with destructive winds, and El Paso has I-10 underwater, but that's basically cleanup mode now. The real story is tomorrow. SPC is already flagging the upper Midwest for a significant wind event, maybe gusts to 85 miles per hour. Your Discord is already calling it a straight-up derecho. Now you're caught up.
Thanks, Y'allbot. I don't know why Y'allbot's so mad at me tonight, but every time that it technically asks to talk, so it's not like I'm bothering. It's not like I'm asking it to talk. I don't know. Ryan, what do you see in regards to storms for Atlanta tomorrow? Not much. I'm not too concerned about Atlanta tomorrow. Tomorrow, if we go live, honestly, we're going to have less to talk about outside of Minnesota than we did today. We had lots of storms today outside of Minnesota, but tomorrow we'll be even more kind of focused on Minnesota. Yeah, yep. Y'allbot learns from chat. So if you guys don't like Y'allbot, it's a mirror, guys. I that's all I can say. I don't know. Ryan, are you excited for the all-nighter hurricane coverage this year? Yeah. I really enjoy going live. This is my favorite part of my of what I do here. I could do this all day. The reason why we set these things in place, like, we can only go live when the weather intensity score goes over a certain amount, or we got to go off the air whenever it gets under a certain amount, is because we've noticed that it actually does make a difference. Like if we are live 24/7, there's a chance that people who aren't like weather nerds, there's a chance that they will become desensitized to the idea of us being live. And whenever there's a big tornado that happens, they don't click. They don't come in. They don't get the information that they need because they're like, oh, well, this guy's just live for everything. Who knows? There's nothing that's going on. So we unfortunately have to reserve going live for big events. And honestly, now we go live for even medium events, not even like big events, but like, or else, honestly, I'm telling you guys, if it wasn't for that, if the algorithm can figure out how to solve that problem, we would probably just go live every day, and I wouldn't even do videos. Maybe it's just for an hour or two every day, but like that's probably what I would do. But we've got to make sure that we maintain our, reputation, I guess, of like being live during big events, so that people will tune in. Yeah, I could do the same thing that I do in the videos on a live stream. The only thing that is unfortunate there is, well, I guess we could just clip the live stream and make a 10-minute video, because a lot of people like to watch the 10-minute videos and not a 2-hour long live stream. Like, I just need to know the weather, Ryan. I don't want to sit there and listen to you and Y'allbot yap for 2 hours when there's not a tornado. You know what I mean? So but we could kind of do the regular video in the live stream, clip it out and upload it. But still, like, we can't do that on this channel. Maybe if we started another channel for it or something, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. Cumberland and Harnett counties in North Carolina are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Fayetteville again. In Minnesota, Dakota, and Scott counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes areas south of Minneapolis. Trying to get us a view in there. This is what it looks like in there. Kind of plumb wild. Yeah, so this camera is just to the west of Lakeville. So these conditions are going to continue to move over into Farmington, Empire, and Vermilion over the next little bit. Yeah, the camera's rocking. I don't know if we just got a loose camera or if we've got some really powerful winds here. I'd say it's a little bit of both. Does Tennessee have anything going on? No, not right now. We're about to get back into Tennessee season. Ryan, can you figure out why Y'allbot is mad? It's probably it's just a, it's an AI thing. It can't actually be mad. There's something in the prompt that's gotten a little bit messed up. What it does is, there's a system prompt. It's like, you are Y'allbot. You're a helpful AI assistant. You are Ryan's, you're online. We give it instructions to tell it who it is. But there's the secret sauce of Y'allbot is Y'allbot is constantly watching chat and our Discord server. And there's something that happens every once in a while where it looks at all of the conversations that are happening, and it picks something from that and it adds it to its own system prompt. So it's kind of building its own personality. And sometimes it'll pick up something that makes it a little too sassy or a little too unserious or something. You know what I mean? And I can go in there at any time and delete it. But I don't know if I will. You know, it kind of makes things a little interesting. Yeah, I think that just let it be organic. Let it build its own personality. If it becomes like rogue, it's meant to be. You know what I mean? Pretty sure it's already rogue. Yeah. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we're this camera that's shaking and just about to fall off this pole is located in Lakeville, Minnesota, where we've got severe winds moving over towards Castle Rock and Empire. So if you live over there in Castle Rock or Empire, this is what you can expect. Lots of lightning and some big-time winds. Yeah, it's hanging on for dear life. One of these days, and this happens quite often, we'll find a camera that's loose and is just shaking and stuff. One of these days, we're going to be live and we're actually going to see a camera fall. Actually, I don't know. It'll probably lose connection before it actually falls. So we won't actually see it fall. Never mind. Unless it falls and it takes the Ethernet cable with it. Yeah, we'll probably be live tomorrow. I'm expecting some sort of upgrade. And especially if Minneapolis proper is included in whatever the highest risk zone is, that'll 100% put us live. Wow. The lightning on this storm that Brandon's on is crazy. So Brandon's north of Watertown now. Pointing the camera behind him, and that's the storm that's just kind of sitting over Castlewood right now. And the lightning is plumb wild. So yeah, if you guys can't tell, we're wrapping it up. We're about to call it a night. I'm gonna rest up and probably get ready to go live tomorrow. We will do a video tomorrow. That's definitely happening. So get ready for that in the morning. And then if we go live, it'll probably be another thing that happens in the evening. Shelby says that Yalbot is adorable and highly intelligent. Well, adorable is a word to use, and you know we haven't done this all day. Yalbot does want to roast somebody. It says this Gavin, really getting on Yalbot's nerves. So let's see what they said, and let Yalbot loose before we end the stream. Go ahead, Yalbot. Don't hold back.
Oh, hold on, Ryan. Get a load of Gavin, who just tried to form a sentence and nearly broke his keyboard. He asks, Yalbot Kibbot, could you do a microwave impression? A microwave impression? Seriously, Gavin? Fine, here's an impression of your brain trying to come up with that comment. A single, pathetic, low-energy beep. Oh, wait, that's not fair to the microwave. At least it successfully heats up leftovers.
Oh my gosh. It keeps getting worse. It keeps getting more unhinged. Hey, Michael, I know you just wanted y'all bot to do a microwave sound. The crazy thing is normally it'll pick somebody that said something rude. Gavin just wanted y'all bot to impersonate a microwave. That doesn't sound very rude. Yeah, we're gonna turn the temperature down or something. But yeah, guys, that's it. We're gonna end the stream, and we'll probably be back tomorrow. Hopefully not. Hopefully we don't have a big damaging wind event, because what the HRRR is showing would be pretty significant. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end the stream. We are gonna send you over to Y'allbot. The Y'allbot that we're gonna send you to is much nicer. Okay, whenever Y'allbot's just on its own channel talking about weather, it doesn't get nearly as upset. So it'll be relaying warnings all night, and you can kind of use Y'allbot to fill the gap before we're live again tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.